Absolutely. And of course, a big victory off screen. We had Baltimore's very own here to talk about it last week, but Nashville versus Baltimore. Oh my goodness. Nashville pulling off the 3-0, the unexpected 3-0 sweep against a confident Baltimore team who had just seemed unstoppable up to that point. But Nashville coming out and just dominating them. But of course, as with every other team, some roster moves affecting Nashville after that great victory. How do you think this is going to affect Nashville?
It affected both teams, to be honest, but Nashville is looking very worse for wear, losing their best player and having to get two new players. And they lost two players after that game, and then now they have to scramble to get someone else. And Baltimore, they lost their A player, which is a shame because in that match, they played their C, D, and E player, which is a little confident and cocky going against the most undefeated team in that their same division. So it should have been a closer game, I would say, but it was kind of depressing, to be honest.
Absolutely. And you said it best. Baltimore playing their C, D, and E lineup against Nashville's strongest lineup. Baltimore didn't give Nashville the respect they deserved, but Nashville gave Baltimore the respect they deserved and even tipped the hat to them after the 3-0 victory, saying, "Thank you for the points. I will see you in the playoffs, Baltimore." Moving on, we have Phoenix versus Utah. And this one, once again, a 3-1 going in the favor of Phoenix, but they really racked up some goals in this one. It was, I think someone was doing a little stat padding in that match.
Well, yeah, this was the unvictorious Utah still, and a very strong-looking Phoenix. Phoenix looking at the strongest team in the Western Conference right now, if not the strongest team in the league after these roster changes.
But moving on, Seattle losing to Las Vegas and Las Vegas taking a series in this match. That's got to be something that feels amazing for Las Vegas. They haven't had a lot of success. They almost won on stream a couple weeks ago, and to be able to pull out that very obvious 3-0 sweep, it's got to give them motivation going into these coming weeks. We're almost halfway through the season, and if your team isn't winning, you got to start asking questions why.
Yes, it's very close, and that was a situation between like the two unvictorious teams right there, and Las Vegas still has a chance. They gave themselves a chance after that game, and they need to win every single game now to really have a shot at this playoff opportunity, because there's a lot of people that want it. And Seattle, they just need to get something going.
Speaking of teams with playoff potentials, that brings us down to San Diego versus San Francisco, a power matchup that we were talking about last week, as both teams had incredibly strong showings, even on stream. San Francisco running up the score on stream in week one. San Diego pulling out all the stops, coming for a reverse sweep, showing that they can tough it out if you pressure them heavily. They can come back, and if you let your guard down, they will win. But this matchup, San Francisco 3-0 sweeps San Diego. I mean, as a member of San Francisco, that's got to make you feel good.
Yeah, like we talked to Eitrotz, their former captain, and he seemed very confident going into the match. It's the same situation from Nashville and Baltimore. It's like you go in with this high level of confidence against this really good team, and then the other team's they're gonna match it. They're gonna bring it to you, and you have to be fully prepared for it. And San Francisco, I'm so proud of my team, and we'll see. There's one more match that we have to go through, and then we will literally have beaten every single person in the division. And it's the team's looking very impressive, and I'm super excited for the rest of the season.
Of course, San Francisco is looking so strong. I think we're really looking forward to San Francisco easily making playoffs and seeing some incredible matches as the season goes on. But I think it comes down to, we've talked about the depth of the roster, and some of these teams that lost, they they played a little bit from the bench, and it showed. Just not really giving their opponents the due consideration and fielding their strongest players, and they're just giving up points. How do you think that affects teams' overall chances of making it to the playoffs and even making it all the way to the championships?
Yeah, it's important because it's just not a one game thing. It's not this tournament with three guys. You have five guys and you have this limit. You have to have each person play 4 games, and people are getting scared of this rule, and like they're throwing in their teammates. And I feel like a lot of times at the early season, or they're not screaming enough, or they're just throwing in their A, B, and C player, and then they're like, oh, we need to give these guys some games. Just throw them in there, and they don't have any chemistry really built up. So I think an overall sense of it's a 5-man team. It's not a 3-man team. And all 5 of us have to make it to that playoffs. Once we're there, we can run 3, but right now we have to focus on everyone as a whole.
Absolutely. And you said it yourself, 5-man teams, everyone, if you're not familiar with United Rogue, everyone on that bench has to play a minimum of 4 out of the 10 regular season matches. And that really starts to develop who's going to be the person easily making it to the playoffs and who's going to be fighting for that conference spot in Linguine. And for those of you that aren't a member of United Rogue, I highly encourage you, come on out, check us out, whether you're a very, very low player or you're a grand champion looking to be in RLRS, United Rogue has a place for you. It is a non-toxic, wonderful community with stream games and a place for everyone to grow as a player. But speaking of people growing, we've had a little bit of changes in our power rankings as teams have been shaken up by roster changes, by rank ups, and, well, some very surprising 3-0 sweeps last week. So moving on, I am not sure how everyone in the stream is going to feel about this, but number 1 rated team, we don't have a graphic, we apologize, but it's Phoenix. Tell me, Sanazi, what do you think of Phoenix?
Yeah, Phoenix. I was telling everybody, it's like this might be looking the best team. Definitely. There's 2 other teams that are higher point value than them right now, is Buffalo and Nashville, but Phoenix didn't have any roster changes, which is probably the main reason why I personally put them at my top. They're looking at a really strong team and a really strong team in their conference. They have it's just in their division right now. They're not fighting for first anymore. Everyone's fighting for second, while Phoenix is just like, they're looking forward to the conference game or to the playoff game and maybe even to the championship. It's really like a really power struggle that Phoenix is like kind of staying away from right now, which is really impressive.
Absolutely. Phoenix, of course, coming out on top. And we took, for those of you who are wondering about what these rankings are, there were some roster moves that prompted us to do some last minute changes to where we think people will be ranked going into week 5. So if you disagree, please put it in chat. We'd love to hear your feedback. But Phoenix Thunder, right? They have a strong winning record. Their lineup has just been fantastic all season. And the biggest thing is, even though they haven't played as many games as some of their competitors, they've really pulled out all the stops. And they've just shown us time and time again consistency and strength in the depth of roster. And that's what you need to get to the playoffs. And you have to get to the playoffs before you can win it all.
Yeah, definitely. It's one step at a time. And but it's like we're playing a huge game of 4D chess right now, and we got to think in the future and right now. And Phoenix is doing a great job at that.
Which moves us into someone I think you voted for a little bit higher than they're showing here. But number 2, San Francisco, the home team for you, Sanazi. San Francisco has been so strong all season. Matrix has put together an incredible squad. who's played together. They play depth of roster. They've really come out and shown what they can do on and off stream time and time again, week in and week out. And it shows with their record. An impressive victory against San Diego just last week. How does that make you feel?
Makes me feel pretty good. Like if you look at our roster, we have really strong players. Like we're all and probably in the two of our players are probably in the top 10 right now for our power ranking for players, and then the rest of our lineup is still looking pretty solid. We definitely have that chemistry that we can just throw in that I was talking about. It's a 5-man team, and we're definitely in it to win it.
As well, you should be. But moving on, number 3, we have ranked as Detroit. Detroit, of course, suffering some roster changes, but then a surprising turnover as Detroit picked up a star player. So, Nazi, what do you think about that?
Yeah, picked up Buck Wildebeest from Nashville. And this is like I was feeling bad for like Nashville because they made this they lost their player, their star player that I don't know if they'll suffer from it or not. But and this is something that Detroit really needed too, because they just lost Animus, who was one of their top players. And Detroit was a really well-rounded team, and it was a very close game between Buffalo, even though it was a 3-1. All the games were really close. And I think now Detroit's building this team to like beat Buffalo and beat Nashville and beat these teams. So that's why they're up so high, is because their roster has just improved tenfold.
Absolutely. And the key thing about Buck that, as a former Nashville player, I can tell you, Buck is a player that makes everyone else on his team better. He's a leader on the pitch, making sure that he's where he needs to be to support you. Very positive, even when you make mistakes. And if you've ever played with me, I make a lot of mistakes. So I really got to enjoy his constructive criticism off the field as he worked to help me improve. But overall, just a solid player, solid stats all around. But man, what a turn of events! And how do you think this makes Nashville? Do you think they're going to be able to come back from this? We've seen other teams come back from some really severe roster changes and continue that press. Do you think they're still going to be crushing their division?
Let's see. They got rid of Buck Wildebeest, and they got rid of you, and they recently filled up their roster again, and they picked up this one person that everyone knows in this league, I hope by now, Clay, whatever. He's joined their team, and they also picked up a young gun called Spider, who was previously on Baltimore. So it's definitely going to be a different team, losing 2 of your players, and it's just up to their captain to see if they can really flesh out this team chemistry for their next coming up game.
Absolutely. But that one put a strong team together, cut me because I was the weak link, but man, instantly picking up a strong player to continue that Nashville winning streak. And that's exactly what you look for in a team captain, to be able to take a step back after some sort of unfortunate misgiving and just reach out there into your deep pool of Linguine players and pull out a diamond from the rough, quite literally in the case of Slay.
Yeah, and I do want to talk about this Nashville situation a little more, and the whole like division. That division right now, it's like do or die for these teams that are lower than Baltimore and Nashville. It's their chance right now to come out against Baltimore, come out against Nashville, and beat these teams at their weak point. We'll see if they can pull it off, or if Nashville and Baltimore are going to keep their streak.
Absolutely, which moves us into number 4, New York. Tell me your thoughts on New York.
The reincarnation of insomnia, losing, or they were ranked number 1 because Every Damn Day was in it, and he was a really good player. They were ranked number 1 for preseason 1. And then they lost their first game, and then they pretty much dropped out of the the list completely. Like they were like near the bottom, and then they just been slowly coming back up because they've been winning their games. They're a good team. It's just they had a rough start at first, and now it's they might be in it for the whole thing.
Absolutely. And coming back last week, they pulled off a 3-1 victory against Philadelphia. I love my Philadelphia Plague as I do cast for them, but man, it was the first game, not even series, but the first game that they've been able to pull off here in a long time. But they did it, and they did it against New York. And that's got to be a little bit of a slap in the face as New York is coming back strong and they are trying to win it. To go on there and even just drop a game to a team that you should be 3-0ing, it's really got to say something. And we hope it doesn't shake their confidence as they move forward and really try to climb that tough Great Lakes division.
Yeah, definitely. That was really surprising for Philadelphia and good for them. I'm glad they can pull that out, and I hope they keep doing well because if they want to turn out now, if they want to turn up, they gotta they gotta come out and play and show that they can do it. Please, Philadelphia, show us.
Absolutely. Number 5, Buffalo. And I know everyone is wondering because right behind them at number 6 is Nashville, but the roster changes really affected our decision. We didn't know the replacement was coming in. We thought we were going to be looking at a low letter lineup playing tonight and this week. And you know what, though? I think if I hadn't have thrown my stat sheet out from the first time I was working on these rankings, I might have been able to see about Nashville being ranked a little higher than Buffalo personally. But Buffalo, number 5, hard roster changes affecting them. A tough win last week or against Detroit, but they still pulled it off. What do you think about Buffalo? They've fallen a lot in the rankings, but you know what? They're still a strong team.
Yeah, Buffalo is a lot of profit, and losing that profit, who was a huge chunk of their team. Like, look at his stats. Look at what he's done for the team. Look at the game that we just watched against Detroit. Profit really like showed that he was the team, and he pulled him out. And like without Profit, he's the captain now. So let's see if his leadership is just as good as his in-game abilities, and if he can pull his team to victory.
Absolutely. Which brings us to number 6, Nashville. And I know some people are just absolutely screaming both in the Twitch chat and at their phones as they're using any social media to talk about this. Because, yes, Nashville hasn't dropped a single series yet, and they are still ranked pretty low. But I think the biggest thing here is that roster change. They had a great player who is now against them in the competition, even though they're still crushing their whole division. And it's going to be interesting to see how they continue here. And if Nashville turns around and says, "You are live, don't worry, we'll show you why we're the number 1 in our division. We'll show you why we have a 15-2 game record." And they really put us to shame for ranking them so low.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they can do. I'm looking forward to it. I really like you are, and it's really everything's just like twisting and turning around in Linguine League, and I think it's really exciting because especially since we're all below champ and not a lot of people care other than us little guys. So it's really fun to see what we can pull off down here.
Absolutely. And of course, number 7, Baltimore. A team that, well, they would be higher if they had perhaps taken their Nashville matchup a little bit more seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, Baltimore, they were a really good team. We had them like ranked like in the top 3 last week, and now they just dropped completely because it shows that maybe their leadership wasn't strong enough that game. They went in with so much confidence that it's like in order to be the best team, you have to show that you can win the whole thing, or you can at least go to the playoffs. And with that attitude and that showmanship, it was like no respect for Nashville. And it was like, if you don't respect Nashville, how can you respect teams like Buffalo, teams like San Francisco, teams like Phoenix? So we'll see if they can pull it around and learn from their mistakes, but I don't know.
That is true. And Digested Cow in the chat pointing out that they had beaten several of the top 5 ranked teams coming into the start of the Linguine season. They beat Cleveland, they beat Baltimore, and they're sitting there with a wonderful record, a new star player for an all-star team, and they're asking, who's next? Who's going to give me more points? Because I'm going to playoffs. Nashville season 8 is going to the championships, and they have shown that that's where they want to be. Which brings us to number 8, Dallas. What are your thoughts on Dallas?
Dallas, Dallas has probably one of the best players right now in this league. Somebody that's really popping off. Someone that's probably the most likely to take Profit's position at number 1, and that's J2 Nasty, who is a player that didn't have a lot of potential. Well, he had potential, but his reputation wasn't that high coming into this season, and he's just showed up. He's been working for Dallas, putting in the effort, and Dallas is looking like a pretty strong team, and I'm really excited to see them, and I really wish they make playoffs because they're looking really good, and I hope it pans out for them.
Absolutely. And you said it. You said it yourself. J2 Nasty has been an absolute monster on the pitch. 26 goals out of 47 shots. That's an amazing goal percentage, and a lot of shots coming out of him too. In addition to that, 11 assists. Not many people have more than 11 assists on top of being one of our top scoring players in Linguine League. And of course, to round it out for his team, 20 saves. And that really tells you this man can play number 1, he can play the number 2 position, but more importantly, he can be that number 3 man. He can push up, he can shoot, he can pass, and he can rotate all the way around and make sure that goal isn't scored on his team. And I think we're going to really look to see Dallas just continue to do better and better as they look to take a spot for the playoffs themselves.
Yeah, there's not a lot of spots, and they're fighting for it, and they're in contingency with is it Kansas City and Phoenix? Is that their conference, their division?
Yes.
Well, they have a hard fight because Kansas City, San Antonio, and Dallas are the teams fighting for second in that division, and they're scrambling to try to catch up with Phoenix, and it's going to be very interesting.
It will be. They're going to have to pull ahead of New Orleans. They're going to have to pull ahead of Portland, of Los Angeles. They're going to have to really climb some tough opponents in order to make it there. But they have a great player, and I really think they can do it. On to number 9, Portland. And this is where everyone starts to really get close into how we were ranking them. Very, very small differences in these teams and records. And it's been so hard. But Portland, number 9, what do you think?
Yeah, Portland is one of those teams that is a wild card team. It seems like they have all the players and all the skill, but the chemistry is still building. Like they just they have some new players right now. I know they just got in Finico, and that's still like the first time they played with him on a stream game, and they suffered at first, and I was disappointed. I was like, oh man, they're just crashing under pressure against LA, and then all of a sudden they just miraculously come back, and they play like they actually want to be there, and they actually want to be in the playoffs. And I think with that potential, that reverse sweep, they have what it takes to make playoffs, and that's why they're up here at the top 10.
Absolutely. And the biggest thing about Portland is the well-roundedness of the team. Not one, but two players really stand out. Both Slum and Tezkaku just stand out. A total of 41 shots coming out of Tez right there. But the biggest thing, we've talked about it time and time again, is the depth of roster. And everyone on Portland has scored. Everyone has gotten assists. And of course, everyone is making those game winning saves. They're keeping the score from being run up on them. And that teamwork is what's going to really enable Portland to continue to be strong as they look to make it into the playoffs. Which brings us to a tie for 10th place, Los Angeles and San Antonio. And the biggest thing for this for me is when you look at these two teams, it's been so fun to watch these two as they play. It's been so fun to watch them as they go forward and they continue to push and push and push and pull off some amazing wins. And even when they're losing, it's an awesome show to watch these guys lose. What are your thoughts on that?
I really enjoy it when we get a tie for 10th place because we pretty much just get to talk about another team, which is this is a delight for us. But LA and San Antonio, which is a surprising tie because they're both teams that like aren't really winning or aren't really losing. They're both really strong and they both have the potential to go really far. It's just they might have had a rough start or they might just have like had a rough like few games against some really strong teams like San Francisco or Phoenix. And it just shows that they want to win it. They just have to pick it up for the last 5 weeks and then show that they can pull it together and then win. So these are two teams are really impressive, and I'm glad they're showing up on this list.
Absolutely. Now, before we start talking about the top players, let's start talking about the week 5 schedule and what people are about to see. We have some exciting games coming up in just about 10 minutes. Stay tuned because you are going to see some incredible Rocket League tonight. We'll wait till we get that graphic up there and quickly switch over to talk. All right. So here we go. We have some incredible games coming up tonight. What are you excited to see tonight?
I'm excited to see the halfway zone for this season. Um, I'm excited to see who's going to prevail ahead and run through this final stretch. Who's going to like pop up and show like they have what it takes, and like who's going to just crumble to the pressure. And it's going to show like this week like who's going to stand out and who's going to crumble.
Absolutely. These upcoming games for all these teams will mark halfway through the season. Half the points are already won. So if you're a team like Nashville, if you're a team that hasn't dropped any of your points, pulling this out is just going to mean that you're almost guaranteed that playoff spot unless something goes dramatically wrong. It's super critical for teams in this next week because if there is a problem, they need to make it happen now. They need to chew the changes. They need to do a roster change because week 6 is coming with the roster lock. And then, well, you're playing the cards you've been dealt at that point. No more roster changes without significant reason. And what the teams that we see is just what's going to be there for another few weeks.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really looking forward to these games tonight. They might not be undefeated games like last week, but they're gonna be exciting to watch because I just love UR, and it does a lot for the community and for the players to really advance their play and really to just get to socialize. Like it's really wholesome what we do here as a community, and it's also playful fun too at points.
Absolutely. So let's talk about some of these star players that we're keeping an eye on and that we think are going to really pull it through for their teams, as well, some of these have done for their former teams. Number one, every damn day. Oh my goodness. This guy has been showing us every single week what he can do. And not only for himself, but for his team. He's just amazing. I love this player both on a stat sheet and I like him in his team. What are your thoughts on this, Sanazi?
Well, he has a team that again made the top three, right? They started off not looking too good, but they were ranked high at first because Every Damn Day was such a good leader and such a good player, and he is one of our power rankers, and so he has an idea of how everything's going and how everything's being played, which is very impressive. And I think he's just one of these all around players that we needed in our league to take Prophet's spot. Prophet was great mechanically and just everything game sense, and I think Every Damn Day is a good start to this new list.
I mean, Prophet was a champion quite literally, as he is now in the Macaroni League, the next league above Linguine, which is reserved for all those people, whether you're a bronze all the way up into Diamond 3, looking at getting your champ rewards. We accept all players of all skill levels into United Rogue. If you haven't checked us out, please do. But every damn day, I mean, his stats rival Prophet's. 58 shots, 21 saves, and while he's a little low on the assist department, he's still pulling out an impressive 23 goals just from him. I mean, what more can you look from someone leading a team to victory?
Yeah, no, yeah, he has everything. His team has everything. They just need to keep pushing through like they have been, and it's. This is halfway point again. If they win this next game, if they keep it up, they're gonna make it playoffs for sure and might even have the championship.
And of course, number two, so close for us, J2 Nasty. Now, J2 Nasty, another person impressive on the stat sheet. And while his team hasn't done so well, they are pulling it through. And you just got to wonder, with such an amazing performer on your team, what do you think is keeping Dallas back? Is it a chemistry thing? Do they need more practices, more scrim? Because J2 Nasty has 47 shots. He's been pumping out. He's in the double digits for the assists. He's saving the ball. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he needs to pull out a second controller and play two cards at once and spread some of those stats around. But man, has he been pulling it through for Dallas.
Yeah, no, one of the main reasons like J2 Nasty is below Every Damn Day is because his team's not performing at that level that Every Damn Day is. And that might be because J2 Nasty, he's not that captain. He's a player. He's this side player, like looking at like iPhrase or like maybe Buck, because Buck wasn't the captain for Nashville. We're looking at these players that are really skilled on their own. They just need these teammates to really support them and like really fight with them. But I think Dallas has a really good chance. They made it on our top 10, and I think they have a really good chance of pushing to this playoffs. They just need to keep supporting their player, but not fully rely on him. They also need to get their stat boost up. Like they need to start helping him out.
Absolutely. And we are getting close to these upcoming games that are going to start soon. So we don't unfortunately have a graphic this week, but stay tuned in the Discord. You will see this full list posted eventually, and we're going to have to breeze through this as we get into talking about tonight's matchup. So number 3, Matrix the Bad. Matrix has led his team so well through this whole season. This is someone that I don't think anyone is surprised is up there. Number 4 is a tie between Buck Wildebeest and Glycine Base. And Buck, we're going to see how well you do on Detroit and see if you can be the heart and soul of that team and help lead them as you and that one have led Nashville to an impressive win streak in the previous 4 weeks. Number 6 is iPhrase, and I believe that's another member of your team, isn't it, Sanazi?
Yeah, iPhrase is also a member of SFC. He's a really strong player.
So if San Francisco keeps this up, maybe, just maybe, we can see 3 players from that team make it into this top players list.
That would
Number
be me.
7.
Thank you very much.
Number 7. Number 7 is IT Manifest. Number 8 is Mario RL. Number 9, Slubware. And number 10, Lotus Slayer, with in the 11th honorable mention spot tied Tezkaku and Lion's Mane. And in just a few minutes, you're going to have Cleveland against Atlanta. Sanazi, who do you think is going to win this matchup tonight?
Cleveland full sweep.
Cleveland full sweep. Okay. You know, I am also a Cleveland fan. They started out so strong, and Baltimore got knocked down a notch, and we're going to see right after if Nashville got knocked down a notch. But I am also going to call 3-0 in favor of Cleveland. And right after that, the undefeated Nashville with a brand new star player. We'll see what lineup that one plays tonight as they go up against the Washington Rebellion. But ladies and gentlemen, these games are going to be starting any moment soon. We apologize for the slight delay, but please stick around and enjoy some of the great action tonight on United Rogue Week 5 Linguine League.
She's not of this earth. Diving head first, so yeah. She's thick like my surf. She's my dessert, yeah. Crash land in her room. Make love on the moon. Bring life to the moon, yeah. Bring light to the moon. Bring light to the night. Come alive in the night. See 18, no key. Ain't gotta put my feet on the needle. Her day was hating on me.
It was only a dream, the waves of evil crashing over us. It was only a weak and faithful scream beneath the battlements. I know it's hard, but follow the voice to the dawn. Wake up, my love, please don't give up on me. It's hard, wake up. It was only a dream, the waves of evil crashing over us. It was only a weak and faithful scream beneath the battlements. But I know it's hard, we'll follow the first to dawn. Wake up, my love, please don't give up on me.
Wackle set up a high lob shot. Manifest with a good save to the corner. It's not out quite yet, but is able to get another pop in over mile unders. And that one will just roll onto the back wall. But it's good. It's pretty interesting to see how vertical all the play is. Just going straight at the goal as Drummer Boy goes up for that one. That's going to be wide. Purr's up for that one. It's another save. It's still not out of the box. It's just sitting there inside the box. Manifest with the save. Adrian forces it to the side. And Atlanta's really just shoving it down Cleveland's throat right now.
Yeah, they already got 5 shots on net. They're keeping the pressure up pretty well right now. They're gonna, right now, obviously they're coming back on their own side. Maybe they're gonna get it back out. Yeah, they're just taking control, letting it go. And you know, I already have started having a problem here. Every time you say Wackle, I'm gonna do my best not to laugh. That name.
It's a fantastic name indeed.
That is.
And although you guys can't see it at home, it is all caps inside the actual UI as well. So it stands out when you look at the scoreboard. And for right now, Cleveland's not really standing out too hard in terms of the offense. They're being outshot here, but I can't really say even those 2 shots were super deserved, as Atlanta's really been the one driving the momentum in this game, as that yet again, Purr is just cutting off a lot of these hits that are trying to be cleared down the field. And even when they do, Manifest gets stuff like that. But Wackle gets a great touch here on the backboard. Adrian gets dunked. That will go to the side. Islanders trying to take their time on this one. Can they put it in the middle? It's just going to be off the near post and cleared down the line by Manifest. So what are you seeing here, Rio, that Cleveland needs to alter? Because right now it just seems like it's very predictable play.
I mean, they're doing fairly well in the rotations. I think they're just being a little too passive on the challenges. They're rotating on defense well, but they're waiting to see what happens before they go for the ball. And I think if they start pushing these challenges, Wackle getting a shot just a little wide. But yeah, I think they keep, you know, pushing the pressure, pushing the pace, which might happen as the game goes on, as these teams are still getting used to it.
That's a good save to the side by mile unders. Wackle's trying to take it slow, but that might work against him as Purr will be able to pass that high. Manifest waiting for it. Another high lob. These high shots could get dangerous. That one doesn't go in. This one doesn't either. It's off the bar. Drummer Boy gets bumped on that one. Could be a counterattack. 2 players up for Cleveland, only 1 back for Atlanta, but they all just leave it. Manifest gives it up, actually. Nice. It's on the back post. Wackle, 1-0.
Yeah, for a second there, I thought they were in trouble. Looked like they got a little bit confused there on the side, but not the touch you want there from Manifest, and Wackle in the perfect position to, oh my goodness, his name. Wackle doing a great job.
Keep it together. We got like a long time to be dealing with Wackle, and they have to deal with some shots like that off the bar again from Atlanta. And now they are only 1-1 here. These bars might come back to haunt them. You got to count for every goal at this level of play, especially when you're trying to go ahead. Another one saved off the line. Adrian just there to play savior right at the crucial moment as they try to flick it into the midfield, but is dunked by Drummer Boy. Can they get another shot on that one? It's just sitting in front of the goal. Wackle needs to get to this one. It gets a great pinch, and that will clear their lines.
Yeah, they're dealing with the pressure fairly well, given the amount of shots Atlanta's getting. Already 10 shots on net, but Cleveland's got 5 saves on those. So if they keep this up, they got a chance if they keep the defense solid. As I say that, almost causing a little bit of a problem there.
Certainly, but right now we are starting to see a little bit more settled play here. No one's really panicking too much, and we are starting to settle into a little bit of ping pong as the balls get sent back and forth. But that one's going a little extra far, and that's just sitting right in front of goal. Milanders doesn't have the boost to get there. That's a save given away. Adrian, that's a far post shot. Manifest will get a great save coming across. And these rotations getting really wide for Atlanta, but it doesn't matter as that ball will be 50'd into the midfield. Drummer Boy up to clear and does all the way out. That's going to buy him a little bit of breathing space with 50 seconds remaining. It is still 1-1. Looking to change that as Manifest, but they'll slap it over to the far post.
Cleveland, they did a good job there for a minute of getting out of their half, but they're once again back stuck in this defensive rotation. They got to get these clears out. Miss like that isn't going to help, as Drummer Boy's going to try to push through, but squared, getting this over middle, nobody there to take shot. Wackle's just gonna knock it down in a bad spot though, as Drummer comes in and gets the touch.
That's a long clear, though, and that will be able to clear their lines again, but 20 seconds left. This could be looking at an overtime game 1, but you never want to say that too much as a caster because you might put them under a curse here as Milanders doesn't clear it out, but they're taking their time. Actually turns away for it to get boost. Could have been dangerous, but Drummer Boy instead just taps it to the side. Can Manifest do something with this one as it rolls in the midfield? Long clear by Wackle. That's going to bounce off the corner dangerously. There's still a lot of seconds. It's a lob in the middle. Milanders challenges, but Drummer Boy gets a challenge, and it will clear it all the way down. 1-1, and that means OT game 1.
This is how you want to start a series if you're the viewer. For the teams, it might be a little nerve-wracking, but I'm excited. This could be a good indication of what we got coming tonight.
Smilander's a little bit backwards. He's touched it with the booty to the side. Will roll up the side wall. Manifest tries to send in the middle, just to the near post. Drummer Boy and Manifest and Per are all there, and they get all beat there. Manifest, if not for that touch, could have been a breakaway for Cleveland, but they will be able to recover. And another great aerial from Manifest to be able to keep it in their half, and he gets a boost steal on the way out. This is some good pressure to start off this OT.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't let it pressure at all pretty much this whole game, and if they keep this up through the series, I think eventually Cleveland might break, but they are doing a great job on defense so far.
Islanders with the clear to the side. Manifest turns around for it, but it decides to go back instead, get the side boost as Islanders is just plowing through the midfield. Another dunk and a demo on the goalie. Adrian is up for it and buries it. What a play!
Wow. That is something I love to see. I love bunk plays myself like that. Last man back in the net, takes them clean out. Adrian there to finish it off, and that's how you win games.
That's a brilliant play right there. He just gets a 50 in his own half, gets a 50 at the midfield, and then gets the boost, demos the goalie, and then the teammate just comes in. I love watching that, and that's something that's definitely against the run of play. Look at that shot difference, though. Cleveland Cards winning on two goals off 7 shots. Atlanta 1 off of 13. That's a humongous difference.
Yeah, but, you know, like I said, defense for Cards were solid. They had 7 saves on all those shots. You know, a few of them went a little wide, but other than the one that went in, they were 100% solid back there. There's not much more you can ask for them with that amount of pressure coming their way.
And it's interesting to see because when you have games like this, I feel like these are some of the most irritating when you lose, when you know it's just pressure, 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 and then you just have 2 defensive mistakes, and then you give it up and you lose by 1. I don't like to put too much into, I say this every series, but I don't like to put this too much on game ones because, you know, you got nerves, you know, people are watching you, you know, you got to warm up into the series. And I don't want to say Atlanta really choked this one because we'll have to see how they perform down the stretch. It's encouraging to see the amount of shots, though, but Cleveland really showing up with a lot of saves as well.
Yep, it's always odd. The first game, you know, especially some of these players may have never been on stream before. It can get nerves to you. Just nerves in a normal series without a stream can be pretty bad in that first game. But we'll see how the teams react here in game number 2 as we wait for the clock to show up. And here we go. 5 minutes on the clock. Game number 2. Here we go.
It's going to go straight back to Wackel, brings it high. They might actually have a touch on this one. Might be a little bit too far. Either way, Drummer Boy will slap that to the side just to make sure Islanders is there for the pass. Adrian is right underneath it. Will not be able to chase that well enough. It's a dangerous chip. Wackel's going to have to touch that and will. Just going to go straight down to Drummer Boy as they clear it long again. Islanders to the side, controlled defense from Cleveland, but that's a brilliant pass to Drummer, but he can't hit it in. Islanders will get in the way. Manifest will come across, send it into the middle. Cleveland will not get the first player, but the backup player will. It's still in their half. All of Atlanta turn around to get boosted. Another shot coming in the near post playing Villain again as that will rebound out into the middle. The pressure is still on unless Wackel can get it. It's a dunk over the top, and a pinch clear will send a mammoth-sized clearance all the way across the field.
Oh, no.
And not over to the middle, but finally a clearance from Drummer Boy will get it out of danger.
Whew. I forgot to breathe there for a second after that pinch, but Wackel off the backboard has a chance to finish it off here, but first square being in the right spot this time. Feels like Cleveland's coming out a little bit more confident this game.
Certainly so, and these nice pressures on defense are helping as well. Manifest tries to slow play this, gets a nice flick though, but it's just a little bit too wide. We'll chase on this one. Adrian gets dunked on that. Islanders has an easy clear and will send it all the way down to the corner. That could be a dangerous bounce that's going to come straight back in the middle. Per misses the first one, but Drummer Boy will clear it high for Per to follow, and that will be a clear for Atlanta. It controlled build-up again. We're starting to see a little bit of an echo. It's some frustration coming out there as Atlanta's demoed and sent to the Shadow Realm a little bit. They'll respawn on their own half as they're trying to build up an attack, but Cleveland seems content to kind of just sit back and let the pressure come.
I mean, they had to be confident in their defense after the amount of pressure they withstood last game, and we'll see what happens here. A little bit out of position as Manifest has a chance, knocks Mile completely out of the play. But Wackel on the way has a chance here to get it in front of the net, but not quite there as Adrian is going to have to hit it, and this is a breakaway at the moment.
Drummer tries to wrap around it. It's a great save by Islanders as the last player. Gonna have to make another one. Potentially doesn't do it, but it's off target. Per squared though comes in and on the near post will bury it on the open net.
And that's where I was talking about earlier. If Atlantis keeps up the pressure like that, have already 4 shots on net compared to the one from Cleveland. They keep shooting. Some of these are going to go in, and you know it can get a bit frustrating getting stuck on your own side, having to take that many shots.
Certainly so, but it's going to be a matter of fortitude here from the Cleveland defense as they're facing down an immense amount of pressure. So can they come back here? But more importantly, can they keep these shots out? Game one was really just a matter of great defense and then slowly itching away at that Atlanta defense until they get a goal. But if Atlanta can really find the target more often, I don't know how often Cleveland's going to find some success unless they bury a little bit more chances, as another one will go into the Atlanta half, but will be immediately cleared out to the midfield as Wackel tries to send it back.
Just, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of times, like just now there, Cleveland, they got to get on these challenges a little quicker to keep the pressure off their side. Good try there for Mile to get up there, but nobody's back. The breakaway is just going to go wide, though, just wide. That was a very dangerous situation there for Cleveland.
But it's not over yet. Manifest will shoot right down the middle. Wrong foot's the near post defender, and that's the tactical nuke for 2-0.
Yeah, the unfortunate touch by Adriath. Manifest was just sitting back watching him, waiting for that, and that's a tough save when you're coming through the net quick and it goes right behind you.
Sometimes those whiffs are some of the most debilitating things as a defender. You trust your teammate, goes right by it, and it's like, wait, what? And then the shot just blazes by you. So I feel for that defender.
Oh, no.
Everyone can relate to that situation and say with that one as it comes out, what a save by Wacko. The last defender will get a great touch out to the side. And now Milan just trying to complete the task as they're chasing upfield, but Per Squared will actually get it past a couple. Wacko hits it down to Mile under, but can't put it on target. Will just glance across the face of net. Adriath across the middle again off the backboard. Can Wacko follow it? It can, but it's just going to be an easy clear for Drummer Boy. And Atlanta survives another one under 90 seconds, and they still have a 2-0 lead. What can Cleveland do?
At this point, I'm not sure. They have to get the ball out of their own half. That's the biggest thing. They have one shot on net and only 1 minute left just about here. If they can get some pressure off onto the other side, they might have a chance, but if at this rate, I'm not sure if they can.
That's a great shot, but it's off the near post. Drummer Boy can't get it. Per will try to follow, just going to send it to the corner, follows it himself. Cleveland is just helplessly watching as this ball's going across their half. They just cannot seem to grab boost or a good enough position. Adriath gets a clear, but it's sent right back again by Manifest. Any problems it seemed Atlanta was having defensively have just been disappeared for this second game as Drummer Boy comes in as third defender, just chips it high. Just the control on this possession is just ridiculous so far as another one comes across and Wacko will finally hit it across their own net and then take it up the sideline.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. I mean, you don't have to worry about defense if you're Atlanta if the ball never gets to your side of the field. As Manifest open net here, last man back, unfortunately misses the challenge. And that's a 3-0 lead for Atlanta, and that is probably going to seal game number 2 for Atlanta at this point.
That's why you got to be ultra careful when you're facing the sideline. If you hit it at the right angle in the corner, it'll go down the sideline. But if you hit it a little bit too far down the sideline, it'll come right back in the middle, and those mistakes will add up. But at this point, you can't really blame them for being a little bit downhearted. It's 3-0, and they need a lot of help to be able to bring it back. That's off the crossbar, and a great save by Manifest to the side, putting in goals and saving them on their own half.
I 100% thought that was going in. Fantastic save there, Wacko. Unfortunate little backflip there. Adriath is up, almost getting the redirect back into the middle, but we got the time counting down. We got Atlanta up 3-0, and we're gonna have a tied series here in just 1 second.
It's a brilliant showing from Atlanta, and you never want to be debilitated because you know you have it in you to be able to score, and score they did, putting on a show here, 3-0, to be able to spread that goal differential, and that's exactly what you want to see, but the shot differential, even more extreme this time. Cleveland only recording 3 shots on this one.
Yeah, 3 shots, and I'm pretty sure 2 of those came within the last, 30 to 45 seconds of the match, so they were pinned in pretty much the whole time.
And it's really just a matter at this point, what are you seeing from Cleveland that was absent that game 1? They had not crazy pressure, but you could certainly say better than this game 2.
I mean, they were still solid on defense. I don't know, they just weren't able to get the ball out. I think Atlanta was doing better playing the midfield and just knocking back almost every clear attempt from Cleveland. I think they're just going to have to be a little bit more specific where they hit the ball. They got to be aware of where Atlanta is on the field and try not to hit it right back to them every time.
Certainly so. And now as we're waiting for these lobby to tick down into game 3, it's really just going to be a matter of capturing that composure from Cleveland. It just seems like when they have the clear, they kind of just give it away. Where one thing I really like out from Atlanta, because it's something you don't often see in Linguine, is a lot of their touches, it's not even just to put it on target, it's just to put it in somewhere awkward. Like a lot of their touches are just high taps onto the backboard of Cleveland, or they just tap it to the side to prevent a clear happening. That buys you so much time because it forces Cleveland to not just abandon their post and go for boost. It forces them to think about, oh wow, I really need to stay near goal. And you see that a lot. They're turtling it up a little bit, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can get past that and start playing a little bit more loose.
Yeah. As we go here, though, Cleveland has a chance now to get an early lead, but I think maybe a little miscommunication there as the ball just gets knocked straight into the corner.
And that ball's just going to go straight into the ceiling. Drummer Boy tries to get avoid a demo from Adriath. Cleveland's starting to look a little bit more aggressive. If anyone knows Perk Dogs from Ramen Bowl for Cleveland, they're definitely picking that up from their GM. And that might have worked out. These fake demos lead to a real goal. Adriath 1-0.
Yeah, that they have definitely switched up their strategy a little bit, it seems. Every time they get up there, they're going in front of the net trying to clear it out. And it's working out for them so far in this game.
And it might be a little bit complacency coming in from Atlanta. That ball is just sitting there in front of their goal. Two defenders looking at it, no one goes. And Adriath, not that high of an aerial to be able to smack that one in on the near post. A little bit brutal defending from Atlanta, but it doesn't mean they can't score on the other end. That's off the crossbar, off the post, and it will be denied. Cleared to the side by Islanders. They collect the corner boost and turn back into goal. Pressure's not over yet. Manifest tries to get it, but that will be cleared to the side. Rolling across the backboard. Cleveland will get the touch for now, but can they get the final clear? It's still sitting in their half. Islanders uncontested will get the long clear, and that was a little bit scary, but they still hold on to that lead. It's a great 52, but it's a save on the other half.
Yeah, after that 50 though, you saw Mile, he just went straight through, tried to get a demo. It seems like they're focusing on that right now. Mile, last one back though, has to be very careful here. He does get the touch, and right now Cleveland, I think they have a plan that is at least working for now until Atlanta maybe adjusts to it.
Certainly so, as Perth trying to get up for that. Dangerous, almost missed that one, but it does get the touch to the side. Rolls weird enough to fool one, but not Adriath. And will go right to Manifest. Another demo coming out here from Cleveland. They're really racking up that stat. Manifest tries to redirect it. It's just going to pop straight up. Who's in goal, though? Per misses. That's fakes out Miles, but Adriath will get the clear. These tight rotations in the back from Cleveland. They're starting to turtle a little bit, but it hasn't broken yet as Mile Unders gets another one on the backboard. Adriath on the follow, but that one will be off target.
Atlanta is the one, pretty much, they only have 2 shots compared to the last games at this point. They're, almost getting close to double digits, it seems. But they're the ones getting pinned back right. Miles going in for another demo. I think they're throwing off this Atlanta team as Adriath knocks it in.
That's kind of interesting. Wacko brings this up the sideline and then jumps off and gets kind of a doomsy dish it away and flips on it right into the path of Adriath. And luckily, the teammate was following that one. That might have just been cleared off of the sitting goal line. But Atlanta looking in trouble here. They're giving up a lot of easy opportunities, but I love this play from Cleveland. A lot more aggression, but more importantly, some better finishing.
Yeah, we asked what Cleveland can do, and I was not sure, but this is an answer, and I love it. As unfortunately, I start talking Drummer. Not the greatest touch out of the back of the net there, but that's a hard one to get at that angle, and Drummer just goes in and cleans it up.
That's a brilliant pass right across, and luckily Drummer Boy takes their time. They know they don't need a lot of power. They just need to put it on target. The defenders in what I call ball cam mode, where your camera is just faced straight up in the air. You have no idea what players are around you. It's a very dangerous position to be in as a defender, and luckily Atlanta capitalizes on that one. But they're not out of the woods yet. They still have a 1-goal deficit to overcome as we cross halftime, and Cleveland missing some clears there, but we'll finally get one into the midfield.
And we'll see if maybe that goal helped Atlanta calm down. Maybe they'll get a little bit more adjusted and be more aware of these demos coming through as Miles hits that one. This time he actually doesn't go for the demo, surprisingly enough. But Atlanta has a chance here to come back. They got time. They've shown they can get the shots on, but I got to stop talking about what they can do as Cleveland's got to go ahead and make this a 2-goal lead again.
Another one dangerous here in your own half. You hit it off the sideline, it's just going to send it right in the middle of your opponents potentially, and Islanders just slaps it into the open net. You got to be aware of that. The long distance threat is always something you got to keep an eye on, and now Atlanta's keenly aware of that. 3-1 under 2 minutes to go.
Oh, demo coming out there for Atlanta. Drummer Boy is going to take this. They're getting these not exactly good touches here. It feels like communication might be breaking down a little bit from Atlanta at this moment.
Islanders on the near post will try to pop it up, and that's a dangerous ball across, but Drummer Boy will not be able to wrap around that one. Wacko with good pressure. It's going to be sitting down into the 18-yard box for Manifest, but that's a great whip around and a good challenge to make Mylender a little bit hesitant, and we'll get a demo for that hesitancy. Crazy bounce up. Adrian trying to follow. Manifest doesn't get the touch, but neither does Adrian. Drummer Boy plays savior with the touch to the side. High lob. Wacko up for it. Can they get it on target?
Nice.
It is touched near the goal, but will be saved to the side. Minute 10 seconds remaining, and Cleveland is pouring it on. What happened in between games 3 and 4?
It feels like there's new teams, but this is what I love about Linguine League. In any lower leagues in general, because you never know what's going to happen. These players could just have had an off game. It's crazy.
Drummer Boy will take this to the side, and that's good control. Brings it up the line, tries to whip around it, but Adriath quick to the challenge. That's not the best touch, though. Mylanders takes it high. It's off the backboard. Can Per get it? They will. What a clear! That's brilliant touch right there. Wacko will try to send it back in, but it'll go off the ceiling and wide. Manifest takes all the time in the world to set up a dribble. Met in the midfield, but Atlanta might be running out of time. They need a goal right now. It's under 30 seconds, and they're down by 2 still.
And they're down by 3 now as we are 20 seconds on the clock. Atlanta needs to take a moment here, catch their breath, figure out what's going on, because if they keep up like this, Cleveland's going to go away with another game here.
I think this is the moment where you really just got to accept, all right, this one got away from us, take the full minute, talk it out. What are we doing wrong? What are they doing different? And really think about this, because you had this series really under control, not necessarily score-wise, but you're putting a lot of pressure on net. What changed? You really have to identify that, and Adrian actually might have just saved Atlanta from the embarrassment of giving up a 5th and spots them a save there. Manifest to the side to Per. It will hit the ground, and as the clock hits 0, this is a definitive win for Cleveland.
Yeah, I love how they came out in this game after that loss in game number 2. They came out here and they brought the pressure quite literally and quite physically. They came in, they started clearing the net every time they rotated through, got a few demos, and I honestly think it just threw Atlanta completely off.
Yeah, and that's a brutal one. As the series developed, it was a very narrow win by Cleveland, then a nice response from Atlanta, and then a very solid win by Cleveland, and then finally, just to close it out, just kind of a wallop. This is a great shot differential. It's great shot accuracy in terms of conversion rates, and it really just got away from Atlanta. It's kind of a shame to see, but it's encouraging. There's a silver lining of this series. It's just that Atlanta can definitely put on a lot of pressure. They just got to be able to, convert some of those chances out.
Yeah, on a note of that, they only got 4 shots on net this game. I mean, I think the game 1, they were in the double digits. Game 2, they were at like 9 shots or something like that. They were kept in check this go around, and they're going to have to, as Cleveland had to adjust, now Atlanta's going to have to do their thing and adjust, as, they're behind. Cleveland's on match point now. They're going to have to take this next one if they want to keep the series going.
All right, and as we kick these teams off for another match, we will be able to see if this series can truly be closed out here as we're going into yet another clanger. And I really just want to give predictions, but it's just so hard to figure out any time in any of these leagues. Anything can really happen. These stream games are always surprising whenever I cast them, except for that one. Wacko uncontested buries it. Where was the pressure?
I mean, not to sound rude, but I don't... EC Squared there was trying to get up, but the shots like that I don't usually happen too much in Linguine League, I'm sure. It's not something they are probably too comfortable going for those saves. That was an impressive shot to start out in San Diego, or Cleveland, excuse me. I don't know where San Diego came from. Cleveland coming out showing they're going to take this one if they don't get any opposition here.
Well, I mean, San Diego, Cleveland's looking at some sunnier pastures with that opening goal. I see where you're going. Yeah, you're just connecting metaphors. It's fine.
Sure.
And Atlanta has a lot of uncontested shots there. That's a slap by Manifest right across the goal face. Wacko trying to dribble it out. It will be cleared to the side. Open clear for Mylanders. They get up for it, and that's a great shot, but it's off target just barely. Not out yet, though. Adrian up for it. Can't get the touch. Her will get a long clear. That could actually be on target, or it could be just a little bit wide. It'll be barred down. Even game.
I just wow, that is just as close as you can get. That's one of the hardest places to save there, where that one, I mean, there's nothing more to, that's the only thing I can say right now is wow. I was not expecting that.
Now it's 1-1 as we're looking to see how this game develops. And like I said, it's really hard to predict some of these series. And as this game has started off, Atlanta is given some opportunities here. That could be an open shot. Drummerboy puts it a little high, and on the follow, Purr is robbed by the clear to the side. Demoed is the third man for Atlanta. Drummerboy is going to have to try and wrap around us, keep this attack going. We'll take it all the way to the other side of the Cleveland half. It's a great pass in the middle. Purr to the back post will hit it just off target. Milelanders will meet it, and it will still be bouncing off the ceiling and in the Cleveland half. Slight touches in the midfield. They're trying to get it out. Adrith will finally do it, but it will just roll to the corner. So they're trying to put it into a dangerous position, but nothing coming of it as Atlanta will get another clear down. Wacko left all alone in the backfield. What can they do with this?
Right now, I think they need to get back to their pressure game, putting on those demos as one of their own players gets demoed. Atlanta seems to have calmed down, though. They are pretty much keeping Cleveland pinned in so far in this game, other than the obviously open goal as Drummer almost gets a crazy shot there himself.
Goes a little too fast, tries to slow down, but unfortunately that shot will go over. Drummerboy tries to keep the pressure. It will be off the near post. Wacko hits it wide.
Oh, no.
It's a long hit, but it's going to be off target. Tries to wrap around it. That's another shot. It's going to be just off target again. Adrian with the follow. Off the post again. Milelanders will put it wide. Barely being denied the woodwork play in the fourth man.
Atlanta got a new teammate, and he is their MVP right now after that set of plays. But Atlanta has a chance to push this back. They're doing a good job keeping the pressure up. They just need to continue with it right now.
Islanders will tap it and get demoed for their efforts. Wackle's trying to take it up the line. Manifest, it's a great dunk. Purr squared, great aerial. It's on the near post. 2-1 to Atlanta.
Atlanta is not going out quiet in this series at the very least. They are back to their Game 2 and Game 1 form, it seems. They already got 4 shots here in just the first half. That's all they had in the last game. I think they've shaken off that loss.
Well, you can hope so, but there's still half the game remaining. 2:38 on the clock as Manifest will send one across the goal as Milelanders will miss. Adrith not in a position to challenge this one. Purr will tap it around again. It's a high roller. Milelanders is trying to touch it and does. That might do. And all of Atlanta actually is all the way up. Purr Square is trying to get back along with Drummerboy. And Cleveland capitalize on this. Unfortunately, just gives it away. Long clear down to the side. Manifest can't get on this one. Wacko will hit it. It's a dangerous ball yet again off the middle. Purr, what a slap, but it's a great save by Milelander. Fortunately, right in the perfect position to touch that out.
Yeah, and just on a note, as Atlanta's pushing here, if the demo comes in, just chat saying, we keep saying Purr squared is pi r squared, apparently.
I refuse to accept that.
I'm just going to go with squared from now on. I agree with you. I'm going to go with squared, though. So, as Wackle's pushing down the opposite side, Manifest doing a good job keeping him going in, and all 3 Cleveland players are there.
And Pi will take this one out to the sideline, try and get potentially a pinch on that one. Doesn't matter if no one touches it. Milelanders will be able to get that touch. Another demo coming in. There's an open shot. Can they take the time? They might have gotten messed up. Milelanders might have gotten a little bit of the back bumper of Drummerboy to screw him up on that approach. Might have actually just saved the day there, as Atlanta is going to have to be content with still only a 1-goal lead. Cleveland only has 80 seconds remaining, though, to get back in this one, unless they're looking to go to a Game 5. Drummerboy keeping the pressure, though, into the corner yet again. And Milelanders can't get the best clear. Pi will shoot at the target, and that will be a third. What a hit.
Yeah, those are just hard to save at any level. That was a nice, strong shot straight at the top of the net. That's a tough save anywhere in Linguine League. That's even harder, and I don't know. Atlanta is coming back extremely strong right now.
Certainly so, as Drummerboy will hit that to the side. It's going to go super high for Pio to follow. It's going to lob into the corner again. Manifest keeping pressure. This aerial play here from Atlanta, I really like what they're doing, and when they succeed with it, it's very terrifying to see because it burns a lot of time. They just put the ball in awkward positions. And now it's really on the cards to be able to mimic that playstyle, I think, because they need to be able to put some on pretty quickly with 45 seconds remaining, but 50s like that are not going to help. Milelanders, though, will try their best here on the follow. Shoots it, and it's right down the middle. It's great accuracy. 2-3, 1 goal in it with 40 to go.
Yeah, great job there on the read off the backboard. Obviously, defense not in the exact position you want to be for that kind of save, but Cleveland, they need to keep the pressure up. They need to be more aggressive. They're running out of time, and I think they got a little bit scared there when they got behind, and I think they're calming down a little bit now as they have been doing a better job of getting the ball down the field.
And Wacko will actually get denied on this one. It will go to the near post and roll up. Adrith is still trying to get on it. It will serve it across. It's not a threat, but that clear might be. Milelanders buries it. 3-3. What a mistake.
That's just unfortunate for Atlanta there. They had plenty of people in the net. Manifest, I'm going to assume his communication there. He should have known his teammate was behind him, ready to touch that one out. That's just an unfortunate mistake there, and hopefully it won't come back to bite Atlanta too much here, but now it's tied up. It's anybody's game at this point.
Manifest will get the long clear. Drummer Boy actually bumps the last defender. This could be a shot, though. Manifest off the near post. That's not a save, though. Pi, what an angle off the bar!
Wow.
Off the side of the goal. Drummer Boy's trying to keep it in, but this time the woodwork denying Atlanta an opportunity to go ahead, but the attack is still not over. Wacko with the clear. Pi touches it high, and that's 1 second remaining. Can they get the carry? They will not. Overtime to decide this series' fate here after an incredible comeback from Cleveland. Who is going to take it?
My money at this point's on Cleveland. They've already won one overtime. They've come back hard in this one. Almost had the game there. Manifest with a good save. Bad double commit here. One player back, and fortunately for them, Cleveland wasn't able to take advantage of the situation.
And that's a sequence of mistakes, and Drummer Boy will punish it as they've done before. Atlanta will take another one, and we're going all the way with this one, Rio.
I'm sorry, Cleveland. I shouldn't have guessed you were going to win. I take full responsibility for that one. Oh, man. That was... I love Linguine League games. It's just straight back and forth every game so far. Even this game was straight back and forth the whole time. And Atlanta, great job holding on there. They brought it back to a 2-game series, tied it up. Both teams taking home at least 1 point now.
Yes, and that's always frustrating. And I'm sure for Atlanta, that's a sigh of relief as well, because they were giving up that lead, but they did ultimately get those points. It is going to sting a little bit, though, for Cleveland, as they had that potentially in the bag to secure all 3 points, but now they're going to have to settle for that Game 5. And those of you unfamiliar with United Rogue, you get 3 points for a win within 4 games. So you win 3 games before you go to Game 5. However, if you do win in Game 5, the losing team will at least get a point, and you will only get 2 for the win. So a little bit of a sucker punch for whoever wins this. However, Atlanta's definitely going to be happy with that one after giving up quite the lead. Let's see if they can correct those mistakes and come out with a little bit more offensive consistency here as we kick off this Game 5.
It should be interesting. I honestly have no clue what's going to happen after this series. There's been so many different... we've seen different play styles, different consistency in the teams, and I just wait to see what they bring out this game.
And that's a high flick. It's going to be retreated on by Drummer Boy, but turns back around for it. High touch by Pi, and that's an open dribble. Can they get it over? They can. It's around the defender. It's a great dribble by Pi R squared, and that's an early lead.
Great control. That is one thing we have seen from Atlanta that we haven't seen too much from Cleveland, is the control over the ball. They get it. They take their time when they have the space, and that's the fruits of those efforts there. Is just when you get that chance, you take it in 1-0 game. 30 seconds, it's just about gone off the clock here.
Certainly. Now Drummer Boy's going to try and keep the pressure going, but Milanders will clear that to the side. And Atlanta looking really comfortable here as another ball goes in. All 3 of them around it, but only needs 1 touch. Drummer Boy 2-0.
We know Cleveland can bring this back. They showed it, but on a Game 5, this is a lot of pressure to be put on you this early in the game. I hope they can... I don't know. They're just making unfortunate mistakes in rotation. They didn't have anybody back to help out, but we'll see how they respond here. Wackel up in the air, trying to get a touch. Not going to have it as Pi knocks it straight at the goal.
And what really interests me about Atlanta is the simplicity with which they're attacking. They're just getting slight touches on the dribble for the first goal. Second goal, they don't go to slap it as hard as they can. They don't try to shoot it on goal. They just hit it off the backboard and then see what's going to happen. I love seeing plays like that because it doesn't require any real tactical awareness. It's just trusting your teammates to be in the right position. And so far, Atlanta has shown that they are in the right position. They just have to keep it going. As we've shown, Cleveland can definitely have the opportunity to come back, albeit if Atlanta makes some mistakes.
Yeah, one thing I do want to see, which I'm seeing it right now, is I want to see Cleveland go for those physical plays. That worked so well for them, but they kind of abandoned it, it feels like. But Atlanta, they have kind of adopted it for themselves, though.
That's a dangerous 50 right in the middle. It could be cleared by Pi to the side. Adriath will follow. It'll be a roller across the ceiling as Wacko will be called off by Milanders. Pass to Adriath, but it's over the bar and wide. That was a wide open goal. Just can't get the angle. Wacko will try to redeem his teammate, but will get 50 in the midfield. High lob. No one wants to touch that one as Drummer Boy will drill one on the ground. Milanders will get the clear out. And Cleveland holding on by a thread at sometimes, but they might get one back here. Who's in net? It's just an open net. It's going to be off the side and in barely, but it counts. 1-2.
What a floater there from Mile. Oh my goodness, that's a tough one when you miss that save. That angle is always hard to hit when you're coming up on the net quick like that. You don't know exactly where it's going to fall in. But Cleveland already bring it back within one. They got plenty of time to bring this back. Not even half the game gone yet.
Not even. It's a good touch by Drummer Boy, but it's a great pass to Mile Under, and they'll bury it, and just like that, it is 2-2 here in this game 5. Where has this been?
I honestly, I don't know. They brought it back a little bit in the last game, and then it fell off, and they seem to have found where they left it and picked it back up, because this series has been something else. I really just do not know what to expect at this point at any given time in this game.
That ball will be sitting across the middle. Adriath will take their time on that one, slap to the side, but that will be turned on by Pi to be able to clear it down the field. Now we're starting to see a little bit of ping pong sitting around in the Cleveland half. It's a high lob, actually, and this could change things up a little bit. Pi R off the backboard, goes for a double tap, not able to get that. Mile Unders will be able to tap that high and down the field. Will not get the dunk, it will go to the corner, and Manifest will be able to have plenty of time to work this one out as Wackel's going all the way back and now just pressuring.
Yeah, Manifest had plenty of time there, but he almost gave a little bit too much time as a shot comes in from Miles, but it's going to get cleaned back downfield. Wackel playing a little slow here, getting some time for his teammates, but he hits this in a bad spot.
Manifest getting a little awkward on that one, tips it high instead. Drummer Boy tries to put it on target, but that will be cleared by Adriath. Pi dangerously goes for that last person back. They had to win it, and they did. Wackel trying to get on this one. Pi will get a great dunk. Mile Under's last person back will get the clear. It's a roller on target, but Manifest will be able to come across and slap that right back into the Cleveland corner. 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. We're still tied up here. The shots looking a little bit more even across these teams. Atlanta still in the lead with that one, but they need to put some away. And as I say that, Manifest will assure that they go ahead.
Yeah, unfortunate miss on the back wall is going to leave the net open just long enough. And Atlanta playing quick on these attacks. They're not giving any space for the defense, and that's working out for them so far. Hopefully they keep this up. If they do, they're going to come away with this series.
Manifest will clear that on the nice kickoff here as Adriath is trying to take it down, and Cleveland now in the 1-goal deficit. This is a situation that they've been weirdly familiar with this series, but it's going to be a factor here because now they know the pressure on. There's no more lives if they can't come back here. This series is over. They still got 80 seconds to do it, but Atlanta does not seem like they're slowing down at all as Manifest will bury a fourth.
Fantastic hit by Pi into the corner, and Manifest, what a read on that. He was up in the air long before that got to good card control there. That is a clip-worthy play right there.
It's good passing. It's always good to challenge those balls as soon as you can get that read, and left the defense with no opportunities to be able to challenge. With 75 seconds remaining, Cleveland is now in quite the deficit, 2-goal lead, and it's been very rare that they've been able to come back from that, but that's a good clear to start it off, as you've said. But that clear from Atlanta will buy them a little bit more time. Wackel tries to send it down, but Manifest will clear the lines.
At this point, I mean, it's hard to say. It's hard to say Cleveland needs to abandon their defense because obviously you can't let them score anymore, but like Wackel right now is just sitting way far back. They got to put on the pressure. They can't give any time for Atlanta anymore.
Certainly not, as Manifest is trying to toss that to the side, but it will be denied by Wackel. Pi R squared is going to send that all the way across, and that might not have much utility on offense, but it's going to waste a lot of time, and that's something that Cleveland cannot afford to lose. 25 seconds remaining, still a 2-goal deficit as Manifest goes for a double tap, potentially eager one, but that will waste even more time. Milanders trying to take it all the way down, but Pi R will get a great touch on that one. 15 seconds, and if they don't score soon, it's all over.
Yeah, and a 2-goal deficit at this point in the game. It looks like Atlanta most likely at this point is going to take the series after a back-and-forth series the whole way. Atlanta doing a good job hanging in there. Cleveland, both teams playing fantastic, but here we are, series going to Atlanta. The division number rank, oh my goodness, words. Rank 5 in their division against the rank 2 team, and they showed they have what they, they have it to bring up there, and hopefully the rest of the season, they play this well and they keep up this. They have a chance of getting up into the top of the division, if not, at the very least, making the playoffs.
And I always like to see that. It's still early in the season. We're starting to approach the middle of and it's all about how you finish in that conference table and how you can beat out the players in your divisions. So unfortunately, Rio, that will be the end of our first series here for this broadcast. But luckily for all of us, we got another one coming up. We're going to throw you guys to a brief break, getting new players into a new lobby, and we're going to be bringing you the Nashville Legends and the Washington Rebellion in another Linguine League United Rogue Rocket League match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. At first I didn't think that I was cut enough to bleed. Then I saw my secrets getting swallowed by the sea. Through a telescope, I saw a diamond glow. How you brought me home, I guess I'll never know. With God as my witness, never had it so good. Jumping into love, fires into dry wood. Started off as nothing, now it's gold, and it's all on you. With God as my witness, never had it so good. Jumping into love, fires into dry wood. Started off as nothing, now it's gold, and it's all on you.
And welcome back, everybody. We are going to be kicking off the second Linguine League match here on the stream here for week 5. So it is going to be, as I said previously, Nashville Legends against the Washington Rebellion. I am still Danger Taco, and with me still is Ryo. How are you doing?
Not bad. Fantastic first series of the night. I can't wait to see what happens here. We got Nashville coming in rank 1 in their division, with Washington rank 4 themselves. Unbeaten, though, Nashville are, and we'll see if they keep that up tonight as we get our teams in here, hopefully. And just a lonely field at the moment. But while we're waiting, we got, for Nashville, we got Confucius Dragon, Digested Cow, and that one guy. And for Washington, we got Gone, War PT, I'm guessing maybe War Party, and Clemson coming in.
And so now, it's now that we have everybody coming in here, we will finally get the series going, and it is going to be a nice and colorful one with red and green splattered across the field here. As an early shot comes in, that's already a nice save to the side from Warped. And high-flying game already. This is definitely a pretty fast pace, but that's what I always like to see from game 1. Sometimes you play cautious to see what the other team's really capable of, or you can just go as fast as possible.
I prefer the fastest possible strategy myself. But we'll have to see how Nashville feels as they're keeping the pressure up here to start out with, and Washington on defense.
Not before Clemson. Pablo will slap that to the side, but not before Warp will actually cut that one out. Tries to go up for it, potentially a fake, or maybe just doesn't really believe in that aerial. Gone instead will just be able to hit that to the side. Clemson down the line. Nashville will get a high and large clear, be able to just clear the lines. They're just trying to pick up some boost in the meantime, but Washington will have just enough time to be able to break that right back down. Will we get demoed after that one clear? Washington still sending it back, but nothing really too dangerous coming out from either side. Still all nil across all stat lines so far.
Yeah, this is typically what you end up seeing in game 1s for most leagues, even at that. It's just the ping pong back and forth until the teams calm down. No real control of the ball, as though nobody's in the net now, but nothing's going to come of it as Gone makes his way back.
Confucius Dragon tries to put that one on the target, but it instead will go out to the side. That one guy will be turned around and try and take a dribble. That might have been a pass, and actually just a giveaway. Clemson's going to be uncontested on this one. It's a roller up and over the goal. No one there. Warp to the back post, slaps it to Gone. Last person back. Not the best touch. Clemson needs to make something of this. Touches it to the corner to save the day, and they will be able to defend that shot from Digested Cow just in time. And we are 2 minutes in. We are still looking for our first shots of the game here, Ryo.
Yeah, there's just not much going on right now, as this one accidentally might roll in just off the wall.
What are we doing?
Yeah, stop doing that to these guys. It's just not right. But
it's a fantastic challenge, though.
Yeah, great challenge. Ends up going in their favor because Washington, they just got a little bit out of position there. They were not expecting that, that's for sure.
Certainly not, but it's a good goal to start things off, getting some midfield pressure, and when Washington least expects it, now they are behind. But that's a long shot on target. Digestica needs a save and gets it, but can they defend from Warp? That's off the bar and out, and Clemson, Pablo's trying to keep the pressure off. It's off the corner. They'll touch it again to screw up the defender. Gone with the dribble, gets it around 1, but not past 2. It's a good save. Nashville immediately under pressure. Washington seems to have been woken up after that slap to the face of a goal early on.
Yeah, I like what I saw there from Gone. It looks like they're starting to take a little bit of control of the ball instead of just hitting it back and forth. Nobody's back, though. That third man came up, lost the challenge. Shot coming in from one guy, but great job getting back from Warped and making sure that didn't get in.
Gone. That's a great flick onto the near post, but Digested Cow with an equally great clear to be able to get that one out. Nashville is trying to still touch it to the side, but it's not really working. Washington's doing very well so far to be able to touch these to the side, but they're not doing well. Washington on getting these saves. The long ball results in a second.
Yeah, and right now Nashville is 2 for 2 on their shots to goals, as both long plays at that, but Washington getting caught out a couple of times here on defense. They're going to have to be a little bit more careful on those rotations. Make sure somebody's at least in a decent spot for those, because those retreating saves are not easy.
And you got to be really careful sometimes when you're touching the ball very lightly, especially in the opponent's half, because as you see with that second goal, sometimes you just tee it up for someone to just launch it on target, and those are always dangerous, especially in Linguine, where sometimes those aerial balls, you react a little bit slower, and sometimes you can't get those consistent touches. And Nashville looking really in cruise control on this one. Only 2 shots, but they do have 2 goals off of it.
And, This coming close to getting there one for more, but not quite the pressure needed to get it in. Moore's got to step it up here on both sides of the field right now, it seems.
And Gone is going to tap that down. Confused Dragon to meet it. Scout actually gets Goomba stomped in the midfield. Not sure if Director Cam picked that one up, but that will prevent a Nashville from potentially going down for a third one. But Gone is uncontested on this one. Will tap it off the near post instead of putting it on target. Clemson, though, that's an open shot, but it will go right to one guy. Scout trying to get that will be no touch. This is opportunities that I want to see Washington take. Can they do it? That flick will not be on target, and that will be another clear. And Nashville can just turtle up on goal. All three players just sitting back, but no threat here from Washington as another one goes off target.
Yeah, I was about to mention that. Nashville, they got 2 goals, but they haven't been putting on really any offensive pressure as Washington has the chance now, but great save from that one guy there. But yeah, Nashville, they've just been playing safe and taking advantage of the mistakes that Washington has made. They're not really putting on the pressure, not really forcing anything.
Nashville being very selective with their shots. Another one came out there, then although it's off target, it does put a little bit of thought into the Washington defenders' heads of, oh, maybe that is something I got to be aware of as it comes in. So I like those plays, but yeah, Nashville is very content with touching back. And earlier, before on Washington's last attack, they had a touch across the middle, just like that one, and no one's pressuring it, and they just can't get that contact. Those tiny mistakes in the moment might not seem like much, but when you lose by only 1 or 2, those definitely add up and add up very quickly.
It looks like we're going to end game number 1 here with Nashville up 2-0. Of course, this could change real quick, but it's going to go down. Nashville 2-0 off of 2 shots. That's about as good as you can get there.
And that's what you want out of the efficiency of your players on offense. The issue that I'm seeing more so is that Washington 1 has 0 saves on those 2 shots, and also they're shooting the ball okay, but it seems like Nashville's getting all the saves. They have 6 shots recorded for Washington, but 5 of them being saved, and that one shot that wasn't even going in. So you got to fix that if you're Washington. A couple chances you had to bury the shot, and it just didn't go in, and this is a close series.
Yeah, it feels like I mean, I'm not, can't get in their mind, but it feels like Nashville just thinks they do not have to push to win this. And at this point, they're right. They just sat back, played defense, and just scored on the counters. They really didn't put pressure on. Even felt like they stayed in their own half for most of the game.
Yeah, and it's a strategy that I'm going to be very interested to see if it changes, because while part of me is thinking, well, Nashville, they might be content with their lead, they're sitting back, but maybe it's just they're a little bit nervous, they don't want to take risks, and they know, hey, we have a lead, let's maybe just protect it. I'm going to be interested to see if Washington, as they get more warmed up, if some of those shots get a little more dangerous. I like the speed I'm seeing from Gone, Washington, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can really take it to Nashville this next game, because they got enough shots, it's just all of them are saved. Maybe with a little more pace, better placement, we can see something different, though.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. And okay, as I'm waiting for our players to join in here, we're going to get game number 2 on the way. As soon as this clock starts counting down. Here we go, game number 2. Nashville up 1-0. Washington's going to have a chance to start out here.
So now as we see how this series can develop, if Nashville takes that squeaker of a game 1, we're going all the way to Neo Tokyo to see if in the streets of the foreign city that this Washington team can actually make a difference here, as Warped is playing pretty interesting, takes it up the sideline, but unfortunately slaps off the ceiling, goes straight down to the defenders. And Nashville will not be sweating too much on clearing that one out as they're trying to slow play it on the dribble. Last game, we saw that some of the slow plays were working out. This time, not for Nashville, but that's something actually we haven't seen this game so far.
Well, we definitely haven't seen it from Nashville because they just haven't been putting much on the offensive side. From Washington, we saw Gone try it a few times, but I think if they can keep it up and actually get it around the defense, it will work out quite well for them. But they got to be careful here. They're putting the ball in dangerous positions a lot of these times.
Certainly, as another ball goes to the middle. It's off the ceiling. Who can get to that? Warped is up for it. No one from Nashville. It's going to be double off the backboard. Gone is up for it. It's a great placement. Saved, or so I thought. 1-0 in Washington.
And nobody on Nashville leaving the ground there. Gone had the sky to himself, and he took full advantage of it, put it right into the back of the net. There's pretty much only one position a Nashville player could have been to save that if they did not leave the ground, and they were not in that spot.
The heavy clear to the side. Confucius Dragon trying to get on. It's a good dunk in the middle. Clemson Pablo gets sent to the moon on that one of a big bump in the midfield. The dragon goes right out into the middle for Digested Cow, but they're just going to hit it a little bit too eagerly. Sometimes got to wait for the bounce to get a little more height and power on that one, and that's not going to be too much of a threat. This one, on the other hand, is going to bounce straight down and go into the middle. Confucius Dragon decides not to attack that one, and that's a free clear for Warped.
I'm seeing a little bit of a crack in the defense here for Nashville. They're letting the ball go when they think they don't have a good shot. Like just a minute ago, the ball just landed in no man's land and both Nashville players turned away and just retreated to defense and left the ball to Washington.
Tap by Gone up into the midfield, but Confucius Dragon cutting it out. I like these tiny touches from Nashville. They're putting it in non-threatening positions and not necessarily getting those massive clears, but they're not losing possession either. It's definitely encouraging to see. They may be down, but I'm not going to be surprised if they can mount something here. As Gone gets wrong-footed, Digested Cow comes in the shot. Good save to get back on that one, and we are still looking at a 1-goal deficit here from Nashville, but they're starting to heat up a little bit, but Digested Cow unfortunately actually takes that shot away from his teammate.
On that note, like I said, once again, they left nobody back to contest that ball. Washington's keeping the pressure up right now. Nashville, I know they're playing good on defense, but they got to keep some pressure, keep some of these challenges up, or Washington's just going to get around them.
That's a nice shot, and it's not the best clear from Confucius, and it's going to have help from the teammate Digested, and that will go all the way down. And one thing I'm actually noticing from Washington is they seem to be playing faster than Nashville. The problem is they're so far away from the ball and rotating back so deep that they actually are getting to the ball quickly, but they're not close enough to really make a difference. And this one could be an open one. Confucius flicks past the last defender. We're all tied up.
No, just once again, Nashville, a fantastic play from Confucius. Don't get me wrong, but Washington just out of position. That's not where you want to be when you're last man back. If you are there and you end up there, you got to hit that ball. But I put that one 100% on Confucius. Great play, great little job getting it past the defender and tying it up for his team.
And those are those tiny decisions that make all the difference. If you're the last defender, you have to make that calculation real quick. If I'm going to challenge this, what are the odds I'm going to get that? And if you don't think you can get that, sometimes you just got to go back and play the shot. But unfortunately, that calculation did not work out in their favor. Good dribbles coming out here from both sides, though. And a great pass in the middle. Gone's up for it, tries to put it on target, but will put it wide instead. Digested will be able to clear that down the line. But up for it, Warped actually dunks it. Fortunately, Confucius Dragon is there and up for uncontested for the aerial. Not able to touch it again, though, and that will roll to the corner for Gone to settle. Still 1-1 as we're about to cross 90 seconds remaining here in game 2.
I'm seeing, it feels like I'm watching it after getting scored on there. They're playing a little bit more passive back. They're waiting to see what's going on. Nice little touch there. We're getting it down the field. It's going to go straight to Confucius. Nashville, this game, though, has felt like they're trying to put on the pressure a bit more.
Now let's see if Washington can get a touch off that sidewall. It's a tough read, and they are not able to get that on that contest, but that miss is going to result in some little bit of danger there, but they get away with it. Nashville not able to convert that one. This long clear from Warp, though, no one is home.
I don't, oh my goodness. That's the first time I've seen Nashville actually caught out here. That was a great hit from Warped. Nobody back far enough to get the save, and there was a Washington player closer to the Nashville net than there was any Nashville player there.
Might have been an issue with depth perception there. It seems like all the Nashville players were pretty content with their positioning when that player was pressuring the ball, but that one hit gets past that first defender and no one is home. And that's going to always be dangerous in every game. Really, it seems like there's times where that long ball almost sneaks in, or it really does just go in uncontested. It's something you always have to be aware of, but especially here in Linguine League, where the aerials sometimes take a little bit more calculation, take a little bit more strategy to go up for, and sometimes you just can't even be there.
Let's see what happens here. Nashville, 30 seconds on the clock. They got to get a score here. They keep going for these long shots downfield, but Washington playing a little bit safe right now while they have the lead here. We'll see as Gone getting another chance here. Gets it past one and gets the touch to finish it off.
That's brilliant. Gone is just coming in here. Look at this touch here. Gets the bump from his teammate, chips it just high enough. Digested Cow, you got to feel for him. He turns to challenge it, and that turn actually takes him out of the play.
Well, that fantastic play there from Gone. Washington at this point most likely taking game number 2, bringing the series back to a tied state. It's Gone once again up, knocking it down. 10 seconds, counting down.
Gone is going to be able to try and follow this, just keep it in the corner. And Nashville might be looking for one for the road, but so could Washington. It's a great shot, but even better save. Back pass from Warped. It's a high lob from Gone. Can they get one more? Clemson comes in, but that will not be on target. Doesn't matter anyway. Washington will come away with this one. We're all tied up going into game 3.
Yeah, Washington, great job coming back this game. They played the same game they played the first game, just a little bit more consistent. Nashville, on the other hand, if they don't start playing these challenges, if they don't start getting up in the air and challenging more effectively, Washington, if they keep up this consistency, they might have the advantage here.
Certainly so. And Nashville, you had mentioned that they had played a lot of long balls in that series. And
Yeah.
Confucius Dragon, they were able to collect a goal off of a good counterattack, but that really was all it was. It was a counterattack. They need to be able to generate these organic plays. You can't always rely on Washington moving up a little bit too much onto attack. Nashville was able to get those goals in game 1. I really felt like it was just a matter of Washington just pouring on pressure, and then eventually the shell starts to crack and you start banging in a little bit more goals. So heading into this game 3, I think this is really a turning point. You see Washington pouring on the pressure. Can Nashville kind of plug that gap in the levee there, or is it going to break and you're going to start to see the Rebellion really pour it on? Because they do seem to be playing a little bit faster, in my opinion.
Yeah, and as you said, something you said about that, now that I think about Nashville, none of their goals have come on an actual offensive play. One of them was off of a 50-50. The other two was just balls, just clean shot downfield on an open net. So we'll have to see if they actually bring in this pressure, as we have some players dancing on the field right now. I'm assuming somebody might be having connection issues or unable to get in here.
Yeah, I think we are having some difficulties with Washington getting in, but I guess they just got in just in time. What a clutch play from them, as we will be able to commence with this series, or rather proceed into game 3. And we're going to have a little bit of a midfield battle there as Warp tries an air dribble. And that's a long ball all the way down, bounces into the middle. Confucius needs a touch and gets it. That will not be collected by Gone, and that is actually last defender. And it's actually going to be a protractor calculated shot all the way to the ceiling, but that will be cleared. It's going to be just wide. And now Nashville is going to try and take it out, but they will miss, and it'll go right back into the half of Gone's hit.
Nashville just pushing the ball downfield every touch. They're not keeping control of it anymore. Digested is going to have a chance here. Once again, just pinches it down away. Nobody's back at all in Washington, but Nashville's not pushing either. This one, but Nashville just doesn't seem to be wanting to put pressure on. They just are waiting for their opportunities, when mistakes happen.
Duchess Cow is actually getting bumped out of the way. That's a tough angle, and that's why it's going to go off the near post. Can't quite get the right touch on that one. Another one sent off the near post. Clemson Pablo actually gets into a dangerous position, but that's a great save to the side by that one guy, not credited, but that did cut out an opportunity. Another high one from Warped. They're not able to get it. Gone decides not to go for this one either. Confucius Dragon will put it just wide, and that will be bouncing across the face of goal. Digested Cow with the bounce shot, and Warped will finally clear their lines. Nashville coming away with it with some great defensive efforts, but it's not over yet, as another one goes off the backboard. Clemson Pablo can't touch that one, and that will be cleared all the way down. Warped will send it back across. There's balls just flying across the field right now.
We got a ping pong match going on right now, just back and forth across the whole field. Gone off the wall. Looked like he almost was going to try for a ceiling shot there, but Warped, I like the touch, hits in the corner, tries to go for the demo. Just Washington, all the pressure coming out from them right now.
As Warped will actually get bumped on that one. That one guy's coming down the field. They'll chip it high. And they're trying to wrap around it for a pass. Warped is stuck there in the near post. All of Nashville just waiting for the pass, but none comes out. Jessica slaps it around. Gone is going to be able to touch that to the sideline. Let's see if they can do anything with this boost. It will be cut out in the midfield, but not before Clemson will slap that one down. It's not out yet. It's a high lob. Warped off the backboard. Waterfall down. It's on the near post. It's dunked off the near post and cleared. Nashville hanging on by the skin of their teeth right now. It's still not over, as the ball is still stuck in their half.
I'm watching Nashville now. When they're on defense, the ball goes from one side of the field to the other, and the cars all turn at the same time to look at the ball. It's just kind of like, putting a finger in front of somebody's eyes, watching their eyes go back and forth.
Confucius will be able to clear that down, but it's going to go right to a defender. Not the best touch, though, by God. That one guy will steal the side boost, advances down the field. Clemson will be able to get a touch, but not. It'll go right to Digested Cows. High lob onto the near post. Warp just trying to challenge. Confusion Dragon, last back, they'll get a touch, but it's going to be a dangerous one because Gone will slap it down the field. Luckily for Nashville, not much power on it. And that one guy will be able to take up the line, will be sent to the Shadow Realm, and will have to respawn and wait on defense for Washington. Luckily for them, the Warped is just playing with it a little bit, and that will be a giveaway off the 50.
Yeah, I mean, still this game, only 2 shots from Washington, no shots so far from Nashville, which I am not surprised because they just keep sitting there and they're all having Clemson almost getting the lead here. Nashville on a little bit of a breakaway, but Warped, once again, they're playing this midfield line, keeping Nashville back, but it feels like this is where Nashville wants to be as one guy. What a touch.
That's a brilliant save. And now on the counterattack, Confucius Dragon, not the best touch. That one guy sitting there. It's a great save by Clemson Pablo. And that will be denied again. And we're still 0-0 here in game 3 with 1:10 remaining. Washington heating up, but Nashville's opportunity is as well. It's just a matter of who puts it in first. My money is on Washington, but so far they have nothing to show for it. Under a minute now.
Yeah. Washington up to 4 shots. Nashville, they need to do something out of their side of the field. They're pretty much playing 3-man defense anytime Washington has control of the ball. I don't know if they're going to be able to score at this point if they don't, switch it up.
And this is something I don't think I've ever seen before. Nashville still in this game. None of their players has a single stat until right now. Digested Cow gets his team on the board.
I don't even know anymore. They don't. The first time almost that they leave their field in their side of the field in the last minute and they get a goal. Hey, if you want to be efficient, that's how you do it.
I have never actually caster cursed this much in a series. I can't actually believe
I
this.
passed mine on to you. Don't worry about it.
It's airborne.
Oh me.
Not the best touch by Gone, though. Digested Cow is just playing out of his mind right now. Full speed down the field. Confucius Dragon sends it right back in the middle. Not the best touch. Confucius Dragon trying to get on it. Thinks about it again and will turn around. But that's 2 players going for the same ball. Clemson hits it off the corner. It will come a little bit in the middle. God, that's a great touch, and it's on target. What an equalizer!
Oh, man. I feel like Nashville, they got the lead there, and they thought they could push it. They played 4 minutes and like 40 seconds of the game being defensive, and then they get the lead, and all of them are on the other side of the field. I don't know what happened there.
Now, with 7 seconds remaining, we're looking to see if we're going to go to an overtime. But that ball's just sitting there, and it's going to be a save at the last second for Warped. That almost scared the heck out of me. I thought they were just going to throw it right at the end. But we will be seeing an overtime here to see who takes the lead in the series and goes on to match point. Touches like that don't help, though. Confucius off the near post. Digested Cow up for it. It's a great clear to the side. Clemson Pablo can't get on that. Warped will get the last second save. That one guy, those high lob shots, we've seen them cause chaos before. That almost ended this one, but we're still even, and that's a great pass.
There it is.
God, what a play by Washington. What a comeback.
Little bit of confusion coming out. Nashville, 2 players in the corner trying to get this, leaving Digest there kind of in a little island of his own. That's a tough save when the guy's coming in that quick on the shot. Gone doing a fantastic job reading the play, being in the right position, and little team dance there at the end.
And that is pretty fantastic to see from Washington. The sheer, I don't know, you just dig down and having the mental might to be able to say, okay, yeah, we're down, but we're not quite out. Gone gets 2 goals, quick as lightning, 30 seconds apart, 1 in regular and then 1 in OT. It's a great way to come back. And now they do lead the series, but what do you think is going on the Nashville side?
It feels kind of like they're shell-shocked. Like I said, they're not really leaving their side of the field. They're just kind of stuck back. They have to change something. They can't keep taking this many shots on them because, as we can see, I mean, they didn't even have any saves this game. They're lucky that the 6 shots from Washington weren't on net.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see because as I caster cursed right as as I caster cursed because right as I said that Digested Cow scored, but we were over 4 minutes into that game. Not a single player in Nashville had a single goal, shot, assist, save, nothing. Just nothing happening, which also speaks volumes about Washington's offense not forcing saves out.
That's true.
the fact that that took so long, it's just so hard for me to put money on Nashville when they're playing this conservatively, because they're getting goals, I guess, when it counts, but it doesn't matter if you're just going to let Washington march right back into the game within 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, we'll see how Nashville feels here about game number 4. They're the one down, so Washington on match point, see if this affects them. You know, being on match point can bring the pressure as well, so we'll see how it changes. Nashville going to start on the other side of the field, but they're all just turning back, and hopefully they don't fall into the same habits they were going in the last couple of games.
Yeah, certainly so, as we are looking into seeing who can go ahead and take the series.
Oh, man.
That's a good start right there. It's a dribble right down the middle. Clemson Pablo uncontested.
Yeah, all of the Nashville players were on their way back at that point. Clemson saw an open net, and he did what he was trained to do. He drove straight.
That's a very easy gimme goal, and I don't think all of them are going to be that easy, but at least for the sake of Nashville, they really can't make them that much more easier, because one, it's an open net, but two, if they're giving up too many of those, they're going home, and they're going home early. And I'd like to see a game 5. I'd like to see the series go the stretch, but it's just Nashville playing so passive. They're going to have to make a drastic adjustment down the stretch.
Yeah, and you know, we can see here they're doing a decent job now. They have gotten a little bit off on their defensive rotations, as I thought that was going in off that little touch, but good job on one guy getting there and adjusting to that. And as I say that, this is going to be a goal number 2. Sorry, Nashville. I'm so sorry.
And this is just a weird one. Clemson Pablo gets just fast enough a shot, but just high enough of a shot that Confucius Dragon had no idea what was happening on that one, and no one anticipating that miss. Open net again for Washington, and they'll bury it every single time. That is 2-0 in, we're not even a minute in. This offensive repertoire from Washington really coming out. The ceiling shot even coming out. Could God finish it? They will not be able to. That's just showing the confidence this team is playing with right now. As another long shot goes on target, can Digested get it? They will. Nice save last second to prevent from 3-0 down, but this is really potentially a sign of what's to come. Washington wants this win as another one comes in. It's a great save off the line for Digested.
Nashville, you gotta go. You gotta put on the pressure. You can't let Washington keep getting these touches. They're just letting them take their time, push it downfield where they want, and at most you see one Nashville player out trying to put pressure on while the other two are playing defense here.
Another ball in the middle. Confused Dragon needs a touch and does get it, but it's dangerous still across the map. Washington, I like to say that it sounds like they're smelling the blood in the water a little bit. They're starting to get really aggressive on these rotations. As long as they don't get countered, I guess there's no harm, no foul, but a lot of these guys pressing up really quickly on this ball. As another one goes strong on target, it's going to be tapped just wide. This aerial's not going to do much unless it's a pass. Nothing comes out, though. It's off the backboard. Clemson Pablo, last person back goes for it. It's a great 50, but it'll bounce down. That one guy will miss again. Warped will try to get a shot off the backboard. Gone is waiting for it, and that will be saved by Confucius. Can they get the counterattack on this one? That will be met, and that will be cleared again. Still 2-0, and we're approaching halftime, potentially in this last game of the series.
And like you said, they got to be careful. They're going to get counter-scored here, and that's pretty much, I think, every single goal from Nashville has been a counter, except for the first one, which was just a 50-50 awkward bounce. Washington, they got to take a breath here, get back on their rotations, and make sure they're not leaving the net open.
I really like that fake from Clemson Pablo. Sees two players coming for it, instead just chips the ball to the side, lets both the Nashville defenders that were attacking it just fly right by them. It's a good time to buy some space, and they can, at this rate, really burn as much time as they really want. There's 2 minutes remaining, and Nashville needs 2 goals, something that they really haven't been known for throughout this series, without a very long clear. When they're really struggling down the stretch to be able to get these shots. They still have 0 shots recorded, but they have 5 saves, so they're getting the touches on defense, but they're also giving up too many to be able to say that they're still in this.
Yeah, and on that note, Washington already has 8 shots on net. Nashville hasn't been near the net yet, as Gone gonna put this one right over. Not quite on target, but Clemson's keeping the pressure up, and all 3 Nashville players in the net.
Just a cow tries to get that one. They will not be able to. Warped up quickly. That's a shot just off target, but open net again. There is no defense there. Demoralization potentially playing a factor.
Yeah, that was a bit crazy how fast it went from Nashville having 3 players in the net to nobody, and Washington pouncing on that instantly.
another one here for the Rebellion, and we're going to be seeing a very vast gap of goals here, and I don't ever want to call a series before it's well and truly over. With 90 seconds left, I'm going to have to see an absolute turnaround from Nashville. A lot faster play. They're going to have to put the ball in awkward situations, but right now, it's just way too much speed out from Washington. It seems like every time the Nashville then gets close to the midfield, they get challenged well. It's a 50 out to the side, and then they have to restart.
Yeah, Nashville, they're doing a decent job right now. They're actually starting to push. You know, they're waited a little too long to start doing it, but they got to push here without letting their defense go. And as we say that, nobody back gone getting another goal. That's 2 in this game. He's had a good, I think, 4 or 5 in this series.
And sometimes you might see these situations come in where you have a team really pressing for goals and you have to make every touch perfect. You get one touch a little bit poor, and as we saw right there, Digested not able to touch the ball properly. It will roll right into the middle, and it's an open shot. And even at this level, mistakes will result in very dangerous opportunities. However, Nashville does get some life in them. 44 seconds remaining off a good 50-50.
Yeah, that was a good push there by Digested Cows, but once again, it's just they keep scoring on these counterattacks. They gotta, get some actual pressure going out consistently.
Certainly so, and some life in the sails of the Legends are trying to get back into this one. The way that Washington's playing, I wouldn't put too much money on it, but I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility. A Confusion Dragon, it's an open shot! The redirect on target! It's instead just over the bar. Digested Cow will try to keep it going, but that will be cleared to the side. It's exactly what I want, but that was an open net. You gotta put those in.
Yeah, and unfortunately with that miss, I think that pretty much lowers the chance of Nashville coming back here to almost none, as Washington just keep hitting the ball up in the air. Every time this ball goes up in the air like this, it's just more and more time being drained off the clock. And a little bit of a miss there. Digested Cow trying to get another one in. Washington taking game number 4 here, though. It looks like they're about to take the series and 3 points with them.
With that long clear, just going to roll all the way across the sideline, bounce off the sidewall, and then slowly come down onto the ground. And Washington started off a little shaky, but they really took it to him down the stretch. Great series win.
Yeah, and Washington, great job, because this they handed Nashville their first loss of the season so far. So Washington stepping up here and bringing a win and taking down an undefeated team.
And I like to see that response, though, because it seemed like Washington was always on the verge of approaching that kind of that inevitable step of saying, okay, we're putting on pressure, we're playing quickly. And then this one, it really came out in stark relief. That is 12 shots to 1, 4 goals, and with 4 goals in that. That's a dominant performance from Washington, something you can be really proud of down the stretch. And if you're Nashville, they still have a great record so far in this league, playing their bottom 3 technically players in salary, but they definitely got walloped in this one. And this really shows that sometimes, even though you're playing well in previous weeks, it doesn't really matter week to week.
Yeah, you got to keep up the practice, keep up the pressure week in, week out. But Washington doing a good job here. Great series. Both our Linguine League teams, or both our Linguine League series tonight. Fantastic gameplay. But we were going to head into the Max series for the night, and we'll be right back after the break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. More Rocket League action live here on the United Rogue GG channel. I'm Kendo Slice. Along with me, of course, the man, the myth, the legend, Rio. And Rio, we got a Mac League action for you now. It's a slight step up from Linguine League, but again, one of the things I love about the lower leagues, quote unquote lower, is the fact that anything can happen.
Yeah, anything is a very accurate statement. You could be top tier players going from crazy double touches here in Mac League, then whiffing the slow rolling balls. You never know what's going to happen. It makes it exciting.
Absolutely. And we have two teams fighting for position within the Northwest Division. The Portland Journey 2-2 with 6 points on the board. Utah Craze 1-3. They have 4 points. They got that one extra point that you love to get from the 2-3 wins there. So, you know, you could see Utah win this one straight out and take the lead in the division. That's what they're going to be aiming for. Of course, Portland not looking for that at all. Is Utah going to win this face-off? Spidey with the block. Ball neutral in the mid. Spidey puts it in the corner. It's going to be a nice bounce ball middle for Andromeda, who puts it down and in. What a start for Portland.
Yeah, you can't start much better than that right there. Fantastic way to hit the ball to start out the game. I think that was his first touch of the game, even at that. But wow. And on a side note, I love the colors on the field here.
A little bit of that neon pinkish purple. Beautiful for Utah. And then, of course, Portland going with that well-traveled Gray Spidey. Great pass to Chaos Spike. Not able to make the finish there. It's a missed opportunity for the Journey. But I tell you what, they're looking real good early.
Yeah, and they're obviously getting the pressure on here. Decent little flick there from Log, just quite off the target. Andromeda, though, doing a good job slowing down the play. Spidey pushing in. It's not going to get in just yet.
Log in the corner, well played by Chaos Spike. He'll read out of the middle. Portland gonna keep the pressure on. Andromeda up in the box. Log forced to keep the ball to the side. Spidey, a little bit of an awkward touch here. The double commit is gonna allow Utah to bring this ball back into the Portland zone.
Let's just take a quick look at the rosters here. We do have a fairly balanced one, no full, top roster spots, top salary spots, good mix on both teams here, so it should be fairly even, at least salary-wise. We'll see what happens as the players show what they got.
Well, I can say for sure, Portland, one of the most well-balanced teams in MAC League. 4 130s, my friend, and that is nothing to shake a stick at. They're going to be putting out a really good lineup almost every time. This one, no exception, as Andromeda takes to the skies here. Well played by Reaper on the backboard. Spidey bringing it back into the corner, 50-50 there. Log gonna start bringing this out, but is met in the mid by Andromeda, and the midfield pressure out of Portland has been unrelenting.
Yeah, it feels like right now, as Portland's going to score here, Chaos, I didn't see if the player got knocked out of the net or just missed there. Yeah, I think it was just a miss. And yeah, Andromeda on the backside, cleaning up the back of the net, leaving a clean open net for Chaos just to tap it in there.
Yeah, straightforward, and Portland now a 2-goal lead 2 minutes into this game, number 1. Kickoff, Chaos spikes, Spidey gonna push it right into Reaper. Log. Play this ball slow to the corner. Nice 50-50. It's a ball in the box, but Andromeda will sweep it and clear it away. Ball high for Spidey. Spidey gonna try to take control here in the middle. Gets by one, but gets bumped by Chaos Spike. And that's one of the novel things about MAC League. You never know what's gonna happen, my friend.
Yeah, that's a pure solo queue play right there, if I've ever seen one. Log, though, booming this downfield, has a chance for the second touch. Is up, he gets it. Fantastic play to bring Utah back into this.
Log meet board as he shells this one off the backboard, manages to find the second touch in a wide open net, and cuts the lead in half, my friends. Utah looking pretty good here in minute number 3. Can they continue this pressure will be the question, as Bobby, I almost want to say baby, that we don't want to hit on him live on stream. That would be bad. Log gonna keep this ball in the box. Reaper keeps it, another one mid, but Spidey's gonna sweep it away.
Spidey with ridiculous control there in the air, knocks it down to Chaos Spike. Chaos Spike off the back, gets the second touch, but it's gonna hit it back into the corner. Spidey, though, has a chance, gets in front. Andromeda there, not quite getting it, as Chaos is gonna have to turn on this to keep the pressure on.
Just a missed opportunity there. Chaos Spike so close. Spidey just wide, and the missed opportunities now out total the goals by Portland. Really, really close opportunities as Spidey gonna power through here. Chaos Spike gets the finish.
Yeah, not the most exciting goal there, but a good job, Spidey, getting in there, getting that challenge early, and Chaos Spike coming in for the steal. So far, it feels like Portland, they just 100% have the speed advantage. It feels like they're all over the place. Anytime Utah touches the ball, Portland's already there waiting.
Yeah, and Portland playing really well out of the mid. Lot of balls being immediately interfered with, although Reaper gonna put this one on net from the mid. Decides he's gonna keep control of this. Long out of the corner! Manages to control it himself, gets a goal.
That's an angle. Spidey didn't think that shot was coming. Nobody thought that shot was coming except for Log there. And when you don't expect it, that's when the bear attack happens.
I fail to notice where the Bears are coming from, Rio, but I will not question that one any further. Andromeda. This ball is cleared into the Utah zone. Here's a chance for Chaos Spike. He's going to push it to this corner. Reaper up over 1. He played again by Portland. As Log, good interference is going to keep this pressure in the Portland zone. Nice back pass for Bobby that almost rings the corner there. Log gets 50'd out of the chance, and Chaos Spike's going to bring it back.
Andromeda here has a good chance, but Log being a star player right now for Utah. On defense, on offense, he's doing their work right now. Although nobody's back, but Log there, ball's not going to get towards the net. Log's going to catch it and take it over to the side. over to Andromeda. 10 seconds going. Portland just needs to keep control of the ball for the next few seconds. Doing a decent job there, but an awkward landing is going to put this in a dangerous spot.
Dangerous spot indeed, as Log gonna keep this ball up. Good play by Spidey, not able to get it out. Ball may drop here, and Drama finds a way to get it into a corner. He wanted to get it down. We're still going here, 0 seconds, but Log will lose control. Game 1, Portland.
Yeah, the Portland speed, definitely the biggest advantage I've seen, but Utah, I mean, Log in particular right now carrying Utah through this, keeping them in competition. But we'll have to see how game 2 goes. It might just been a little bit of a shell shock there at the beginning, how fast Portland was coming at them.
Yeah, indeed, as really, I'm not sure it's as much the speed of Portland as the presence of Portland. Every time Utah seemed to touch the ball, there seemed to be a member of the journey there. And that was really well played by them. Utah had their chances. They managed to get the ball back into the Portland zone on occasion, but not as many quality touches as what we saw out of the Portland journey in game number 1.
Yeah, well, as we wait and count down here, we'll have to see how the teams adjust, if they even do have to. But seems like we might have us a good series on the hand. Utah, if they keep up the pressure and keep up the consistency like they did in the second half of the game, they definitely have a chance here.
For sure, my friend. As we go looking for game number 2, will we find it? Nobody knows what the current state of the servers, but I believe we may just this time. Psionics, please. As game number 2 getting underway, we have the kickoff. Chaos Spike and Bobby. The neutral zone kickoff. Reaper will get a nice 50-50. It'll be played again by Reaper, who's going to keep it into the Portland zone. Not sure how he got there over the man, the myth, the legend, Spike Knee. Chaos Spike brings it in. He's going to push it into the corner. It'll be a high ball for Spidey. Spidey's going to put this off the backboard, but it's to no avail. Andromeda keeps the pressure up. This is going to drop for Chaos Spike. Everybody misses the ball. Still in the box, though. Spidey with the ball up off the bar. Portland still maintaining possession somehow as they put it into the corner.
This is just chaos right now on the Utah side of the field. Don't even have a clue who's going to hit the ball anymore as Andromeda comes through, hits it into the corner. Spidey's there waiting, gets it past him. Andromeda has his chance. Reaper doing a fantastic job, though, there on defense.
Ball still in this pinkish-purple zone as Spidey trying to push it by Log, who is equal to the task on the wall. This is going to drop in the box. Bobby forced to make a clear, but very little control out of Utah has been the story in this first 75 seconds.
Yeah, just saw a little bit of there from Portland, a little running into each other, not exactly knowing who's going there. Giving Utah a chance to get on offense here as Repeater hits it. And, Repeater, geez. Reaper, my bad.
I would like you to repeat that 5 times, Rio, so you can get it right. I'm joking, my friend.
I was about to start. Don't tempt me.
Back pass to Bobby. Bobby's going to control this out. Chucks the possession away. They definitely need to find a little bit more control. Get a couple more possessions here. As Log's going to put this one all the way down, but it hasn't been very productive as far as the touches for the Crays.
On that note, it really hasn't been that productive for either side. That's just the second shot on net for Portland 2 minutes into this. Utah, on that note, doing a much better job at least keeping Portland in check early here. This Reaper's going to fall back and gather the ball here. Gets it around Chaos. Has his chance with an open net, and is he going to mess it up?
No!
I feel so bad for him.
Right. No, my friend. That was a pure opportunity. They managed to catch Portland out, the missed touch, and this is just some crazy play out of both teams. They are definitely looking for control on this ball. Though Spidey will put it in the box for Andromeda. Big whip, calculated maybe as Chaos Spike will put it in the corner, but to no avail. Man, oh man.
I'm literally scratching my head right now trying to figure out what's going on. A lot of odd whiffs there, a lot of pressure coming from just crazy angles as Log almost getting caught out there. He's going to turn around and push, though.
Oh, there's a rare style of hockey. You don't see it as much as often as Andromeda here. Gonna put this one in from the mid.
Yeah, this good read there from Andromeda, getting a fantastic touch on that ball, and Bobby just a little too far back to get to that save. Good job placing it on the left side of the goal there. That would have been saved.
Before I was so rudely interrupted, I was going to say there's that rare style of hockey. It's not played as much anymore. But have you heard of the dump and chase?
I'm from the South. Let's just move on with this and you.
Ah, okay. Well, the dump and chase would be you throw the ball or the puck, in the case of hockey, into the opposing team's possession or side of the pitch, and then you would actually chase after possession. This has really been a game of dump and chase without any successful chasing.
That is one way to look at it for sure. A lot of hits downfield, a lot of chases, and a lot of whiffs. But that's okay. These guys, they're going to hit the ball this time around as Log is up to try and clear this. He's going to drop back down. Spidey's there. Gets it around the last two defenders. Nobody to follow up, though, as I say that. The Log just got destroyed in that dunk.
Yeah, I heard you were saying something about Caster's Curse earlier as Log gently caresses the ball onto the nose of Chaos Spike, who's going to put that one in most of the time. 2-0 now for Portland. Their journey well underway here, as there's only a minute left for Utah to respond. Spidey going to try to bring this ball out, interfered with by Chaos Spike.
What a...
The 50-50, a big thing there, Rio.
Yeah, I thought that one was going in. Good job on the defense, though, from Utah. Utah's running out of time, though. They're going to have to get a goal or two here if they want to keep playing, as unfortunately the miss there by Bobby is going to leave the net wide open with 33 seconds on the clock. Portland go up 3-0.
Yeah, there's been a lot of whiff and chase. Not as much of the productive play, really, out of both teams, my friend.
Yeah.
But they're definitely going to go back to the drawing board. Still plenty of time for Utah, as they still can make the reverse sweep happen. Log will try to find solace here as Utah looks to keep this ball in the Portland zone. Shot on! And
Nice.
Reaper out of the mid will start.
I didn't see. I wasn't paying attention back to the goal. It looked like, did Andromeda just get out of position, or did he get bumped there in the back?
I'm not
Couldn't quite tell there.
I'm not sure there was any contact. There was presence.
Yeah, there
there by
definitely
the
was presence.
crane, but I'm not sure it ended up amounting to very much. As 13 seconds left.
Oh my goodness.
What?
Log off the ceiling and then off the defender. What a play.
We're going to call that calculated, my friend. That is the play of the week by Log. An absolute nutter butter of a ceiling shot. Didn't need to be saved, but what an assist.
I mean,
Here is Spidey. Ball down. We have 1 second left. Bobby, this is going to be towards the net. Andromeda is going to put it to the corner, but the ball is still up. Bobby, though, will miss, and Portland wins game number 2.
well, an early match point here for Portland going up 2-0. They so far have shown, you know, I was looking at the shots right before, and I'm looking at them here now. Utah only had one shot on net until the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, that is some rough stuff right there. And even then, the 4 shots that they put on, I mean, there was one errant touch that needed no save. What can we say there? For Utah, it's a matter of trying to make sure you find that extra touch, because both teams are not quite getting the ball to each other. They're not really controlling the ball. If Utah can control the ball and keep the ball out of the clutches of this Journey squad, I guarantee they can do some damage to this Portland squad. But it's going to be a matter of really just stopping the dump and chase style, and
Yeah.
maybe some juke and score.
Yeah, and like I said, they got to get the extras. There's a lot of whiffs on the maintenance. There we go. There's a lot of whiffs on the first touches too. They were just going up, playing a little aggressive and not getting the touches they needed just to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, and we can say with all due respect, there were a few more whiffs than there were shots on net for both teams
Yeah.
in that game, and no disrespect to either team, there's a lot of room for either of these teams to really take control of this game and make it their own.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Those are happening. We see those happening, but if those get hit, there's so much room for them to be better and get those touches in. And as we go, that those make a huge difference. I know I miss plenty of them myself, but we'll see how it happens here once we get the next series up.
And of course, we are working on that right now. As we look like we will go to a quick little break while we're getting all this information in. We're going to have Durkin check on the servers. Fix it, Dirk, please. We'll be right back.
This lake of fire burns my skin. How could love wear so thin? I'm sinking in the hollow ground.
And we are back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about the wait. We go to game number 3, of course. In case you are just joining us, the Portland Journey currently up on the Utah Craze. Well, maybe we might be waiting just a little bit longer. Somebody's having issues still with the lobby. But Utah struggling a little bit, not to find shots, struggling a little bit finding goals, as they haven't been able to equal the amount of the Portland Journey at 3-2, 3-2 for these first 2 games. Really, both teams just looking to find control of the ball.
Yeah, there's just been a lot of big booming hits back and forth. And like you said, Utah, it's not like they're getting blown out here. They're within 1 each game. They're in striking range. They just got to shore up those attacks and make sure they get the hits where they need them. But we'll see. Maybe being on match point might put a little bit of pressure here on Portland to get this win, and it might cause some problems. Of course, they could do the opposite. They could be settled, and Utah might feel the pressure and start playing a little bit more loose, a little bit more aggressive than they need to.
Yeah, they might indeed. Or who knows? That we may have both these teams put on the show of the year, because that's what could happen in Mac League at any time. One of the reasons I absolutely love Mac League, Linguine League. You never know what is going to happen, and I'm not afraid to say it twice, ladies and gentlemen. You never know what will happen. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to say thank you to our sponsor. And it's awesome now, because I'm not sure we haven't talked about it too much, but United Rogue now sponsored by Forever Grips. You know very much about the product, Rio?
Not really, actually. If you can
okay, well, I got you covered, my friend, because Forever Grips are your source for the best thumb grips you can find. If you like skins for your controllers, they got them as well. Hey, if you want both, you can bundle them together. And I tell you what, the prices over there, I have looked at the website, very, very reasonable. So I know I personally play with grips on my controllers. Save your thumbsticks, ladies and gents. Head on over to Forever Grips. Use that UR code for 15% off. Forever Grips. Hey, we are going into game number 3. Right now, my friend, is the wait is over.
Yeah, and as we go, I'm expecting Portland to come out and play similar to they have. At this point, my guess is we're going to get a 3-0 here, but I'm ready and willing for Utah to prove me wrong.
Well, Spidey here going to have control of this ball. Gets it past Reaper, but will wig out of that one. Andromeda. Nice ball by Log in the air. Able to get it by 2. He's going to get the boost in the corner. Pushes this mid for Reaper, who's going to miss a shot. And that one hurt just a little bit on the inside.
Yeah, you get those opportunities. You got to go in when you're behind like this. And Andromeda's going to keep the pressure up right now for Portland. Chaos pushing it back in. Bobby getting the clear, though. Log's going to come up. Oh, Log's turned off. Oh, no!
Oh, no, indeed, as Bobby, the back pass is botched, and Spidey will put some web on it, manages to find the net.
That hurts my soul there. That is not how you want to go down in a series.
Oh my. The Craze might need some Forever Grips right now, as the one thing I do find about my grips is if my hands start sweating without the grip and I'm trying to just use a normal thumbstick, it doesn't work very well. That may be what's going on for Utah, as Reaper gonna bring this ball in. 2v1 opportunity, gets it by 1. Log not able to get the touch, and it'll go all the way across, and another missed opportunity for the Craze.
Oh man, they've got to be just shaking their heads right now. They've had 2 golden opportunities here and haven't been able to take advantage of it. Of course, credit goes to Portland as well, you know, being able to keep it clear. Fantastic pass down there from Spidey. Reaper's there to clean it off, back up to the backboard, but Spidey once again clearing it out.
Spidey living up to his name there on the backboard. So it's going to be cleared away by Chaos Spike. Going to get it up over 1, get it up over 2, get it up over 3, but it's just wide. Be pushed to the side by the Utah Craze. Andromeda up and over everybody. It'll go off the post and out. Bobby to Log, long ball, and he'll score from the mid. Utah answers.
That was just about an exact of a touch as you can have. Any other way he hit that would have been wide or high. Or that was a fantastic play there. Good job reading the situation. That's how you need to come back in this. Bring it back to 1-1. They actually tied it up. I don't know if they've actually been tied in the series before now.
Well, I mean, there has been that 0-0 point in both games. But there is light at the end of the tunnel for the Utah Craze with 2:40 left in game number 3. Andromeda gonna try to control this. Spidey will get it up, not by Reaper, who's gonna push it back in. Andromeda has another go at it. Brings it to the corner. The missile, push it out, and nice play by Spidey, but Log with an even better save, as that was a high ball almost bound for the net.
Yeah, that was a ridiculous save. That was a crazy bit of team play coming out there from Portland, but Log just blowing it up as Bobby knocks it downfield. This is going at the back. Log has a chance here, but Andromeda beats him to the ball.
Here is Reaper. Utah with a chance to control this ball. Reaper not fast enough. He played in again by Bobby. Chucked out by Spidey. Chaos is up, but Log is there as well. Can he get another touch? No. Utah with a chance to control. It's pushed to Spidey. Reaper needs to come across. Will get a save for his effort. Another push across by Andromeda. And Chaos Spike will continue to shell this ball in the general area of the Utah defensive quarter.
Oh! I thought Bobby was going to knock Andromeda off that save there. But good job on Andromeda keeping it, taking control. Not quite having it there off the wall. The ball's just going to fall, and Log's going to take it back down the field, but hits it right back to Spidey. But reads that hit.
Well read by Spidey up on the wall, though, as he's going to get up and buy 2 now. Now 3. This one's on net. He's able to finish, and it's 2-1 with 1:01 left.
Well, you can't ask for much more from a player than that. Beat all three of the defenses and then finishes it off with a nice little dunk on top of Reaper there. That's Portland showing their weight here, man. They're just throwing it around at this point.
Looking for some magic from Log up on the ceiling, but nothing doing. Pushed away by Andromeda back into the Utah zone. It is available for Chaos Spike, who is not able to get to it in time. It's a 2v2 back the other way, now a 2v1. Can Reaper get the ball towards the mid? Not in time for Andromeda.
Utah's running out of time here. Utah 30 seconds away from taking the series 3-0. This Reaper's up in the air. He doesn't quite get a touch. Andromeda's going to knock it back the other way there. But Spidey's going to be there to challenge him in 19 seconds. They're running out of time.
Here's Chaos Spike. It's going to be a high ball off of the backboard. Log now with a chance to control it. Needs to do so well. Has a chance, though. Andromeda, the last man back, makes a big save. He's going to push this ball towards the net. Pushes it off the backboard, and it's chucked away by Utah. Portland will win game number 3 and sweep the Utah Craze in convincing fashion, I guess, would be the best way to put it. But 2-1, 3-2, 3-2 for the 3-0. And Portland definitely looking pretty good, but I feel like both teams definitely could have controlled their way into our hearts tonight.
Yeah, and both teams, a lot of room for improvement, which is crazy. You know, they both played very well, but you can see with their play that they can get so much better. And that's a little bit scary, especially, Portland coming in here, winning the way they did, and, mistakes being made from both sides. If they clean up those mistakes, they're going to be even better.
And that, of course, one of the joys of United Rogue, because it's always an opportunity to, hey, this is something I can do better. This is something you go back, you watch, you watch the game that you played. You hear sometimes either the casting or you look back just straight up at your replay, and you have the ability to review, to grow, and that's what United Rogue's all about. Gotta love the opportunity to grow like crazy. Well, we're not done yet, Ryu. We have one more game on the night, more MAC League action. Come back, everybody, for the nightcap. The Miami Cayman up against the Atlanta Pandas. Don't go away. Yeah, we're not sure. I'm not sure what was taking so long. We gave him the ready, and everybody might have just been, saying a prayer, singing Kumbaya. I'm not sure what was going on, but game number 1 is underway. The Atlanta Pandas, the Miami Cayman as the kickoff. Gonna go neutral here.
Yeah, neutral right now.
Oh.
Sorry.
You're perfectly fine, my friend.
It looks like Miami's starting to get a little bit of possession here, but with a double commit, they're going to have to settle back on this and see if they can get some more going.
Here is Thieves. Gonna put this off the backboard. A chance for Stas. Stas is gonna miss out on this completely. Obscurity will put this in out of the mid, and Miami strikes first.
Yeah, the Pandas got a little bit happy right here. They had a little bit of a counterattack opportunity, and everybody came up, and one person went back probably for boost right there. Obscurity recognizes the situation, knows that if he gets under that ball and puts just a little bit of air on it like he does there, that's pretty much an open net, and makes the most out of that situation.
Obscurity is... I can't say the name, man. Obscurity. Oh,
Obscurity. But
yeah, I know, right?
You're gonna have to learn it if he keeps playing like this, though.
Absolutely. Obscurity. I'm just choking on the F right there. Oh boy. Anyway, Miami up 2-0 on the 4:15 mark here.
Yeah, that's a kickoff you can't give up if you're the Pandas right there, coming straight back on you and doing a good job. The Caymans are putting that straight into the back of the net.
It's Obscurity. Gonna push this ball into the box. Thieves is there. Killer Baird will push the ball on. Obscurity in the mid will keep the presence for the Cayman. But Springer will keep it to the side. Big clear here by the Pandas. Will they be able to continue control in the Miami zone is the question, as they haven't seen too much going on in that light green area of the pitch. They'll definitely look for better opportunities.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's Killer Baird. It's going to be a ball down in the box, but it'll be quickly cleared away by Atlanta. Stas tries to get it by Tusamorta. Unable to do so. Killer Baird now will chip the ball away, and these two teams will chip the ball back and forth. Possession has not been a friend of either team so far. Stas, though, will put this in the mid. There was an opportunity, but it's cleared away by Tusamorta. Killer Baird out of the corner. Continue this push as they really chuck the ball back and forth. A missed opportunity for Obscurity. Maybe he's like me. I need to check my glasses to see the F.
Yeah, it's tough to hit there after that B. But right now, Miami, with all of the pressure, their rotations have been pretty crisp in the offensive half. They didn't really get a whole lot of threatening going on right there. Nothing really in front of the net, but keeping the pressure. But now it looks like it's Atlanta's turn here.
There's a call in the chat to call him Obfu. Okay, why not? We'll go full Shua style, start calling him different names. As Stas is going to put this ball into the corner off of the backboard. Thieves unable to get the touch he was looking for, as this ball has been making camp in the Miami box. Thieves now with a chance. Everybody going to miss out, and this is Mac League at its finest, as we just don't know where the ball's going to end up next.
Oh, yeah, that is part of it here at Champ 1 Champ 2. You're starting to see people get familiar with their mechanics, start to not miss a lot of the balls that they're supposed to miss, but every now and then you're going to get some of those just kind of whiffs that kind of make you puzzle.
Yeah, that was a chance there for Miami a moment earlier. And here's a chance for Springer out of the mid. The mistouch takes full advantage.
Yeah, right here, this mistouch from Obscurity coming right across the middle. Springer just dives into that, puts it to the middle of the net, and Killer Baird right there, almost going to be able to get up to it, but not going to be able to quite get there.
Here's kickoff number 4. Thieves Gonna put this up for Killer Baird, who's gonna keep it to the side. Control now for Atlanta as they're able to keep this ball in the Miami zone. Can Springer get by Tusamorta? No. Tusamorta will carry this ball out. Good control. Manages to get a very favorable 50-50. He's gonna bounce off of the corner and stay Miami possession as the Obscurity able to keep the ball in, and they are good extended stay here in the orange zone, but nothing doing as far as shots. They'll continue to work it. Killer Baird with a chance, not able to put anything on net, but they'll take the continued pressure.
Yeah, Miami has that problem that you see with a lot of people around the Macaroni League level, where they've started to figure out, what pressure means and have the ability to keep the pressure, but they haven't figured out how to move that pressure out from the corner to the middle of the net where they can get threatening shots yet. And if they find that, like they do right here, as Killer Bear puts that right on the middle of the net, then they're going to be able to have some more success and be able to win this.
And a mistouch there by Thieves. Just lines it up perfect for Killer Baird. And Obfu will get the assist. That's called a kendo slice assist.
Caster's blessing right there, like you said.
Okay, as we look, 9 seconds left. Not much of a chance for Atlanta to really... Never mind. Thieves out of the mid's gonna score. Leads 1.
Yeah, you just had a little bit of a blessing right there saying, Miami hasn't really got any pressure. See if they get some, and they get it in here. Atlanta doesn't have a chance to put it in, man. That's just the curse of being a commentator right there. The game is always going to show you what you don't want to see and what you're talking about.
Here's a chance for Atlanta. They can get under this ball. So close as the lined-up shot was there, but Miami going to breathe a sigh of relief. They win game number 1, 3-2.
Yeah, Miami right there, like we talked about, had a lot of pressure, but a lot of that pressure, again, was contained to the corner, which is partially good defense from Atlanta and partially, Miami trying to figure out how to break it open and get it into the middle. But Atlanta, with the chances that they did get coming down the field, were able to put away 2 of them. Pretty efficient with their time of possession, I would say. So look to see them to have the potential to bounce back coming in here.
And Tusamorta, new pickup for Miami. At least to my knowledge, I know he's not quite on the roster here for the spreadsheet. Granted, the spreadsheets have been borked a lot like the servers for Psionics, please, of course. Hopefully we don't have one go down here. Atlanta, definitely, they definitely had their opportunities. I can see where they might be able to pull off some special things in game number 2. The charge at the very end, I did not expect it, and it came on strong. I think they had 3 shots in the last 15 seconds.
Yeah, they started to figure out their touches and figure out that with this Miami pressure that sometimes you can catch them back out over the top and get that counterattack going pretty well. Not cheating up too much on it like they did at the beginning of the game and being able to put that ball away into the back of the net. So we'll see if they can continue that little bit of mid-game adjustment into this game and maybe pick out Miami's pressure with the counterattack here.
Absolutely, as we look forward to game number 2. Anybody's game as these two teams fighting to get themselves back into the playoff race. And we look like we're waiting on somebody. Oh,
yep. It looks like we're starting to get in here now.
So we go to game number 2 and kickoff game number 2. Springer with the win, the push to the side. Stas might have stolen a chance from Thieves there, which is mildly ironic given the name.
that it is, Stuff's taking it away from Thieves. Definitely had a chance for a shot right there. No saying if it would go in or not.
Now here's the ball in the Atlanta corner. Springer going to pick this up. Good 50-50, gets it past 1. Killer Baird, great defense on the back wall. He'll try to get another 50-50. Really well played, and he manages to control this into the Atlanta zone. Gets under it again, but he's going to lose it to Springer, and Springer's going to make a quick charge back. Into the corner it goes. Thieves is there. This is going to be high off the backboard. Stas has a chance, but he's going to let it go as the ball managed to find the air for quite some time. Just went wide.
Yeah, right there's a little bit of miscommunication. You got two guys up, maybe ready to shoot is right there. Thieves puts a shot on, and neither of them knew who was going to go for that ball going to the corner right there, which can kind of happen when you get out of your rotation a little bit. So Atlanta got to hope they get another possession like that where they get a good chance.
Here's Stas. Gonna miss completely as Killer Baird has an opportunity, and he's able to put that one in. Great job capitalizing on the mistake.
A little bit the opposite of the last game, but kind of similar to the way it starts right here. A little bit of a whiff coming out from Stas. I mean, he had that ball, was in a good position for it. I think just a little bit low on boost, not able to get to it the way that he wanted to. And a good job from Miami right there. Being ready, Killer Baird gonna put that one into the back of the net. Take what you get.
Abfu gonna put this into his own corner. Stas with the shot on Killer Baird. What a save by him. And Miami is scrambling now. Killer Baird, big pass out. Stas is there. Miami will look to control, but it's a wide open net back the other way. Can Springer get around it? No. Pushed by Abfu into the corner. And the ball is still in a pressured situation, but Abfu finally able to get it out.
Yeah, you hit see it right there. A little bit of a rush coming out from Atlanta. Thinking, I believe it was Springer, thinking he had to go a little faster than he had to as the shot comes in right here and touching the ball a little bit too hard, getting it to the side. Had an open net there. So, again, another situation for Atlanta here where they have a threatening offensive position but just can't capitalize on it.
The Baird has a chance. He's going to push this hard and he managed to get it in. Great job out of the mid by Miami.
Yeah, this is a tough situation. The Fizz wants Springer to take a better touch. He's already going back to the back net, hoping to get into a good position at that near post there. But when he misses that touch, he's just kind of get caught in no man's land and not able to get to a challenge on that or to the goal. Killer Bear recognizes that, puts it in a good spot all the way across the end of the net. And that's a goal every time.
Here is Tuzamorta. Gonna miss out here on a chance. For a second there, I felt like everything was backward, but Miami literally had a 3v0, and the Fizz gonna get this ball back the other way.
Yeah, that's sort of what you get right here. Miami had an open net that they missed. They had three people up pretty much off that kickoff, and a lot of times when that happens, you have people panic and a lot of people press up. They're like, oh no, we need to put this ball in the net. And if you're the team that gave up the open net, if you can weather that storm, stay calm, you can do what Atlanta just did right there. Find you an open net on the other end when you get it back out over the top of them.
Killer Baird is going to push this ball out. Stas manages to get the beat. He gets it past two different people. Ball in the mid. Thieves, the Fizz, is going to try to push this ball. It'll be played into the corner. Stas manages to make contact. It'll be pushed well outside. Back and forth we go. Will someone control the ball? Nobody knows.
Good touch mid right here. Springer's going to have a shot. Oh, man, that was the touch that the Thieves wanted right there.
Abfu with the push out. Here's Killer Baird. Touch towards the net. Springer is going to play this out. Stas is there. Tuzamorta, though. Good play to get this to the side. Killer Baird, a little bit of a mistouch. This is going to be high for Stas. He has a shot towards the net, and it is saved well by Abfu.
Yeah, good touch from Abfu right there. That is a tough situation to be in. Putting it on net, Thieves hoping he gives a bad touch, but Abfu's going to clear that one hard away to midfield.
Both teams taking their time to get to the control of this ball. Thieves pushes it into the corner. Springer with the follow-up. Slow ball. It'll fall in the box. Nobody home, though, for Atlanta. They're taking their time, being very conservative, but with 37 seconds left and a one-goal deficit, I'm not sure that's what you need to be doing.
No, it's time to push that envelope a little bit and press up. And right now we're seeing Miami get a little bit of that pressure to the corner right here. No one there to put the shot on, though. As Thieves, oh, man, he almost caught Killer out over the top right there.
18 seconds left. Thieves will control in the corner. Stas will try to get it by Tusamorta, but he's equal to the task. Killer Baird, chance to clear, doesn't not able to do so. Stas, the pass was there. Springer went for the bump, but it's going to end up being null and void as Thieves, last breath, pushes this high off the backboard. Stas is there. So be pushed down out of the corner and nobody home. Miami will win game number 2.
Yeah, Stas right there trying to put a play on for his team. That's a touch you'd normally like, but with no timeout right there, getting over that ball is kind of risky, and he ends up putting it down a little bit too much into the corner so that no one on his team has a chance to get to it based on where they're at. But, I mean, again, that's a tough situation there at the end of the game, and Atlanta definitely showed some promise throughout that game. Where they had some opportunities that they were capitalizing on, where they definitely have a chance to bring the series back.
And absolutely agree with you there, because you see it in the shot total for sure. The 7-4, it's something that they weren't able to beat them earlier in game number 1. But they actually evened out the shot total for the entire series, which is kind of nuts when you think about it, because it just seemed like Miami had their number in game number 1. So we enter a situation a lot like our third series, our last series, in that you have a team that's lost 2 one-goal games. They've looked very close. They have plenty of opportunity, but they're going to have to go the route of reverse sweep in order to win.
Yeah, they will, and reverse sweeping is, never an easy task to do. 3 in a row, but you've always got to look at it this way that, I come from the Smash community, and a famous Smasher, whose name I can't remember, he was a guy who's famous on Twitter, has told me before, he said, listen, every game, every set win is a 3-0. You're always winning 3 games. It's always a 3-0. So when you get down 2-0, you don't have to look at it like we can't lose again. You just got to look at it like I've got to win 3.
Absolutely. And I tell you what, we're all famous Smashers in our own right. Because I remember back in my day, N64, I had a thing with Kirby. And when I didn't have Kirby, I had Jigglypuff. I'm not sure what it's my problem with round ball-like creatures. It might be why I play Rocket League, as this ball is finding itself in limbo here in the mid.
Yeah, not really any pressure going either way right now. No one getting good contact on the balls. Finally, Miami gets a decent touch, and it looked like, Atlanta might have had a miscommunication right there and had given up an easy goal, but ends up getting on that ball.
Here's Abfu. He's going to push this into the corner. Killer Baird will get a touch. Nobody home, though. What a pinch here by Atlanta. It's going to go all the way to the Miami corner. Springer misses his touch. Not able to get the ball to the mid, so a little bit of a missed opportunity there. Thieves will push the ball mid. Stas forced to make a touch to the corner just to keep the ball out. Tosamora will push it just wide. Miami now lurking. They look for the critical touch. They haven't been able to get it yet, but they are definitely winning the control in the middle right now.
That they are. They're winning the control. Like you said, the pressure's still a little bit in the middle of the field, but it's in a spot where Miami feels comfortable and Atlanta's having to rotate kind of quickly and hard to get to where they want. As this switches up right here, of course, as soon as we mention it, Atlanta's starting to get a little bit of pressure of their own. But I think Miami feels comfortable with where they're at right now.
Abfu, a little bit of an uncomfortable position there as he's going to give this ball up for Thieves. But Tusamorta, nice back pass. Abfu is going to push this high off the backboard. Has a follow-up touch. This is going to fall towards the middle, but Stas will get up and play it extremely well. It'll go all the way the other way. Tusamorta, though, will get it to the side. Quality chance for Atlanta, but I feel like they need a little more substance.
Yeah, they're starting to get some of these chances, like you said, where it's like a quality chance. They're getting to where they should maybe score, and just having 1 or 2 people out of position or having a shot that's a little bit weaker than it should be because they're a little bit too far pressed up, or like right there, you get a middle coming out and no one's quite ready for it yet, or it's a little bit weak in the middle. They're going to have to get a little bit more purpose on their touches. Is right here. Springer has a chance. Oh, no, not enough boost to get to where he wanted to go. But, hopefully they start to bring that back around.
Yeah, the chances are definitely there for Atlanta. Stas is going to push this off the backboard plate across by Killer Baird. Baird is going to push it down. A little bit of a mistouch here by Thieves, but Stas is there to clean it up. Clears it back into the Miami zone. Abfu, the big 50-50 there, is going to drop this in a dangerous spot. Cleared away by Springer. Stas with the little bit of a demo there. Made an unusual circumstance. Killer Baird, though, powers through to Zamorda. Will score in the box. Well played.
Yeah, and I like this decision right here. Killer Baird gets the 50, knows he doesn't have a lot of boost, knows that angle is hard, and Tusa with that calm right there saying, hey, I'm middle, throw this in front of the net, I'm going to clean you up. And a good unselfish play right there, giving up that clean net to make sure you put it in.
Miami coming out with the team play to score goal number 1. 4 shots on, only 1 goal to show for either team right now, as this has been a much more defensive struggle in the mid. Tusa Morta with a shot out of the mid, and that was a tough one. Stas definitely needed to make the save. Didn't get credit for it, though. Abfu to push back in. Neutral zone play once again by Miami, and they've been winning a lot of these. Springer, big long ball. Stas looking to style on Miami, but manages to just catch air there.
Yeah, and again, that's one of those situations, again, where Atlanta looks like they're promising. They get up right to the edge of it, and it's just not quite enough. As a decent 50 comes out, and Stas keeps it back in. We'll see if Thieves can keep a touch on this. Oh, that's a good touch middle, but off the security. I mean, that's a great clear out. That's good recognition from Miami. Playing just a little faster than Atlanta is right now.
And now 34 seconds left. If you're Atlanta, you need the goal. You don't want to lose this series 3-0. You want to elongate it as long as possible. Maybe get at least a point. As Stas in the box. It's going to push this hard. Springer will keep it there. Thieves with another touch, and Stas with the finish. 4 touches off the backboard.
And this is what I've needed to see from Atlanta right here. Playing it through the backboard, taking a little bit of advantage of Miami's speed, because a lot of times speed means that you're jumping at things a little bit too early. You're being a little bit too reactionary, and you saw it right there. A couple of jumps, they're a little bit mistimed, when maybe if they stayed grounded a second longer, a save comes out from the Miami side. But instead, the pressure coming in from Atlanta, ability to keep putting it on the backboard and eventually coming away with a goal.
Well, Atlanta now, with everything even keel, has a chance to answer for these first 2 games as we go to overtime in game number 3. For Miami, a chance to end the series with a sweep. For Atlanta, a desire to keep everything going. Stas will try to control this, but he's got 3 Miami Cayman in his way. This is a miss, though, in the box. Thieves will come in and finish this off.
And right here, this is what I really wanted to see from Atlanta. Thieves not hesitating, seeing that whiff, coming in full speed, knowing his team needs a win right here. They need this push from him, and he does not hesitate. He comes in hard at this ball and just wills it into the back of the Miami net, taking game 3.
Atlanta once again winning the shot battle. They were managing to shell out, although a large majority of those shots came on the game-tying goal. A lot of chuck off of the backboard, very close to the bar. And for Miami, I really like the team play that we saw with their goal. And I think they can do more of that, but I feel like it needs to happen in the mid rather than just in front of the goal, because you've been able to control the game for the most part, the Cayman have, from the mid. They've had a great midfield presence almost the entire game. It just hasn't contributed to the offense.
Yeah, and again, that's what I was talking about earlier with that's sort of sometimes what keeps guys at this level from maybe moving up into that next level, into NCS and moving on, is the ability to learn to take that midfield pressure and direct those touches that keep your pressure to your teammates and towards the middle where there's more of a scoring opportunity, but not towards the middle, towards the other team, like I said, towards your teammates. Right now, Miami has that pressure, but a lot of that pressure is keeping the ball in Atlanta's corner. And while that's not a bad position for them, that's not a very threatening position. So, hopefully they'll be able to find each other a little bit more, get some more of those 50s and challenges that help them win that last game. And maybe Miami here will eventually be able to find each other out. We'll see which one comes out first.
As we get underway, game number 4. Here is Springer off the kickoff. Killer Baird will push away. Abfu. This is a long ball out of the mid. Thieves will pick it up. Tusa out of the mid once again. Great plays by Miami. Opportunities abound, but Stas is going to clear this away. Miami, though, will continue this pressure here. They're just not finding too much or each other, but the presence is definitely still there for the Cayman.
Yeah, again, pushing that deep into the corner and then getting a deep cross that's easy to clear for Atlanta. They need to make those crosses maybe just a hair earlier, like you were talking about, getting those midfield passes in just a bit earlier.
Now Stas up on the Miami corner. Be pushed out by Killer Baird, has a chance to control, gets a good 50-50. Tusa's going to win the chase. Be a ball down in the box, easy clear for Springer, who's going to follow this. Touch towards the mid, Killer Baird is there. Thieves. This is going to be a wild ball. Stas is there, shot on, and the first goal for the Pandas.
And right here, you're seeing that great continued pressure right here. It was Tusa comes up a little bit too much with his teammate in the corner trying to challenge this ball, leaves one back, but no one is there as that ball goes high to the backboard, and a great read coming out. 1-0 Atlanta.
I believe that is the first game opener for the Atlanta Pandas, as they are looking really good here in game number 4. Springer gonna keep the push going, but Abfu will see the ball away. Long ball high for Stas. Pushes it all the way out, easily pushed to the side by Abfu. Miami now taking a very defensive position against this press by the Atlanta Pandas. I'm not sure if they're looking for mistakes to utilize or to go after, or if it's just a missed opportunity here by Stas, and Stas is gonna push this one in.
Yeah, that's not the touch that Abfu wanted, and Killer as the last man right there, maybe not realizing he's the last man as the demo comes out on the back end. Comes up a little bit too far, thinking he can get to this ball, realizes he can't, tries to turn back on it to see if he can save it, but maybe he should have just challenged it right there. Would have been tough, but Atlanta punishing that little bit of an overcommit coming out from Miami.
Good defense onto the backboard by Abfu there early. Stas has a shot towards the net. Killer Baird, this is a pinch and 3/4, as that might all go all the way. No, Springer is there and will keep it to the side. Rapid fire back and forth as that ball still recovering from the pinball machine that just hit it.
For sure, as again, right now we're seeing the back and forth play. No one really getting an advantage. And Miami looking like they're losing a little bit of their identity right now. Haven't been able to have that sustained pressure that they had in the first 2 games that, helped them control the pace of it. That a lot of it was due to maybe their goal lead, because they had early goals in the first 2 games. But right now, playing on their back foot, and it's not looking good for them, as this is another goal that comes in for Thieves, catches the goalie backwards a little bit off guard, right behind him.
And really, it's just been what we were talking about from Miami was so good, was that midfield pressure. All of a sudden, Atlanta is showing off their midfield pressure and these touches into the mid. Wow, that was really well placed. Great pass, great placement on the shot.
Yeah, it looks like Miami's starting to second guess themselves a little bit on their positioning. Sort of got punched in the mouth last game, got a loss, and right here, getting taken to 3-0, taking them back a little bit. They're going to have to recover. Decent shot coming out from Abfu to try to keep that going. Oh, my Lord, Tusa finding the back of the net right here.
It almost felt like it was only a matter of time. The initial shot by Abfu, very well placed. Everyone committed to that, and Tusa Morta finds the nice little floater over everybody as they stretch out to get it. Just not enough boost to get there.
Uh-oh.
That
was rough. Almost another kickoff goal for Miami right there.
Off the kickoff, Abfu looking very good. Abfu will put this to the corner. It's going to be mid. Stas will push it away, the 50-50. Although Abfu with a shot, it's just wide. And that's what we're looking for. Show, I mean, if they can do that and get some more quality chances, here's another one as Abfu is going to keep this in the box. Killer Baird with the high ball. Stas with the block.
And that's a fantastic block from Stas right there. You see a lot of players wait on that ball just a minute to try to get a better read on it. Stas not waiting, getting out there early, making sure he can get that touch to save his team from being only up a goal.
And it is a absolute blitzkrieg right now by the Miami Cayman. This ball might float in. Springer is there. Manages to get the 50-50 with Killer Baird. Abfu will push it to the side here. Miami looking for control with 41 seconds left. Usamorta. Into the corner he goes, and that's not where they want it.
He got the bump that he wanted, but he underestimated how far the ball was going into the corner. But no underestimation right here as Killer Baird in the right spot for this pass from Abfu. Abfu right up to the high part of the wall to make it come down. What a hard ball to read and a great shot from Killer.
Yeah, the initial push into the corner, nobody was home for that one, and the bump, the demo was perfect. It's just they weren't pushed up. They were still recovering. Now, with 30 seconds to go, it's a 1-goal lead. Miami will look to continue to exact their game plan as the bumps are coming out. Stas, though, out to Springer. This is a wide open net back the other way, and he will convert, capitalizing on the overcommit.
Little worried right here because Springer's first touch was a little bit more left and a little heavier than he wanted, but not heavy enough for him to not catch up to. Had enough boost there, gets around it and puts it in. Good composure from him to not freak out after he gets that first touch that I know he didn't really want.
So 13 seconds left. Still, I guess you could say there's still a chance for Atlanta here. Or, excuse me, for Miami. Definitely still a chance for Atlanta as they are looking to put this away. Game number 4, all but in the books as we wait for the fat lady to sing. Atlanta Pandas have tied it up. We go to a decisive game number 5.
Yeah, and right there, Atlanta has looked good. They took that momentum that they had in game 3 where it was close, and we're like, you know what? That's fine. We've been in some close games here already in this series. We're putting this one away. And they just kept that momentum going. They kept those midfield cuts on each other, those passes and that pressure where Miami has fallen apart a little bit on their back half. And we're able to take advantage of that, passing in between each other and getting up quick to balls and good challenges in 50s that help them keep the possession and get the ball going towards the net.
I will say I really liked, though, what we saw out of Miami towards the end of the 4th game here, because they looked very, very clean. They just needed to make sure that they weren't going all in at all times like they were, because the comeback on the 4th goal was extremely straightforward. It was extremely easy for the Atlanta Pandas to pull off. If they can keep that pressure and maintain a conservative third man, I feel like Miami has a really good chance, despite the fact that all the momentum is with the Pandas.
Right, and that's the part is Miami can't get caught up in their own hype, because right there, they had the ball up, and they had the touches and the passes. They had Atlanta on their back foot, and as that happens, you see them start to get a little bit more excited, and the third man cheat up a little bit more, cut just a little bit earlier, come back in, getting excited, thinking he might get that touch that leads to a goal or scores himself. And when that happens, when you start to get excited and break that rotation and come up just a little bit too soon, you see what happens. Springer gets a wide open goal on the back end. So despite the fact that you know you want to keep it up, you got to make sure you keep your fundamentals in check.
We are underway in game number 5 as Stas will going to leave this ball high for Killer Baird. This is going to drop in the box, and Springer will manage to sweep it away. But a dangerous touch there as Atlanta striving for control. This is going to go back the other way, and Stas manages to tactical nuke the Miami defense.
Again, that's what I'm talking about. You get a demo on the back end, and you get your third man up a little bit going for boost, and you just get the wide open lane right down the middle of the field, and Atlanta taking advantage of it.
For Miami, committing so much and not even getting a shot out of it. That definitely hurt, though. Abfu has a chance here. Springer Well played to get that away, and the Atlanta defense might be the story that we need to talk about that we haven't yet. Very well positioned as they are making sure that there is someone between the ball and the net.
That they are. I mean, Miami, like we said, have had pretty consistent pressure, at least in the half of Atlanta. But Atlanta have done a good job of not cracking for the most part. As Springer right here gets a pretty decently lucky bounce. This is what I thought was going to hit the crossbar and go out. But a good shot from Springer, putting it all the way to the crossbar and down.
I'm pretty sure everyone on this planet thought that was going bar and out. Psyonix had other plans. I'm not sure if there's a scriptwriter behind this one, but man, oh man, that was unsavable if you would have gone for it. The right thing to do was not to. And wow, unfortunate for the Atlanta Pandas as Miami are unfortunate for Miami, but Miami gonna have a chance here as Atlanta struggling to get it out.
Yeah, plenty of time here for Miami, and like you said, they're keeping in this corner so they can get this to the middle to a threatening shot right here. Get the rotations down. Killer has a chance. It's not going to sneak in just yet, but that Stoss panic. Thieves misses, and that's a goal.
Yeah, well played by Tusam Morta, and this all starts with Killer Baird. Light little actually, he didn't even get a touch. Wow. Go figure, ladies and gentlemen. Mac League at its finest.
That's just panic on the back end. That's being in a situation where you feel a little uncomfortable because the ball's coming towards your depth, even if it's off the post a little bit, and everyone thinking, I've got to get up for this ball. I've got to jump for this ball. And they do. And the moment they get in the air, they're like, oh Lord, no. This is not the angle. This is not the way I would have jumped for this ball. And then bam, you get scored on.
I feel like Panic at the back end would be the great name for a punk band. But anyway. Here is Stas. He's going to back pass this ball to Springer, who will back pass it to Thieves. Thieves gets demoed for his effort. Miami will look to take control. It's a push. Killer Baird manages to make the put across. Long ball back into the Atlanta zone. Abfu wins the ball and he scores. 239.
Now, this is the win that Apu was going for. He wanted to get over the top here. He sees this coming. He gets the shot in. But, man, that was a close challenge. Just a little bit higher from the defender. I think it was Thieves right there. And that might be a block. But Apu, great speed and great, really just pace to the back of the net.
Here's Killer Baird off the kickoff. Not able to get it by Stas. And Stas, if he can get a touch here, wait a minute, Springer will come in and put another one off the bar.
The god of the post is on Atlanta's side. Well, I guess the last one might have been, no, that was Springer. Yeah, that got the post down, and right here, it looks like Springer again. I mean, I don't know who he's praying to, man, but we all need to pray to him because I know those posts are not that kind to me.
He definitely has the posts on his side, the ATL post. Oh, no.
You gotta be kidding me. Not again. Springer over the top. Apu had a chance on it right here, but it's just gonna float in. The backflip. Oh, you hate to see it. Feels backflip, man.
Yeah, Apu had the boost, and it is 100% feels backflip, man. Now Miami has their work cut out for them. With 2:19 left, Tusam Morta gonna put the shot on. He knows what they need to do. We're gonna see some Fast and Furious Cayman. Here's a ball for Stas! What a pass by Springer!
Springer has, I don't know if he stepped up his game or if he's gotten lucky, but that was definitely stepping up your game. As it goes to Stas right here, who makes the perfect adjustment, putting his back on that card and putting it into the back of the net. And if you'd watch these last three games, you would just think that Atlanta was just the better team than Miami because they have played a more complete back three games overall than Miami has.
I don't know what is going on with Springer right now, but I feel like he could draw a first turn Exodia right now and just not even flinch.
No, not at all. I mean, he's got ice in his veins and he's in the zone. You know, you can feel it right here. Stas comes in trying to get in on the action himself, but he's just in one of those zones you can definitely feel where every touch that you make, you feel like is just going the way that you want it to.
Minute 35 left on the clock. 3 goals for Miami is the cookie cutter situation they need. Killer Baird's going to put this one on. but they feel like they need the passes, not so much the long shots. Killer Baird will continue the press here. Leaves it for Thieves, who's going to try to take this out of his own corner. Stas, plenty of time. As the Atlanta Pandas looking to kill, they literally do kill. They kill the back man, but it's a little bit of a bumbled ball, and Miami misses a huge opportunity.
Right there, it looked like maybe a miscommunication. Did not know who exactly had it, so no one's boosting into it too hard. Does not want to mess up the other player, and you kind of mess up right there. Sometimes when you've got that open net, you just got to go.
40 seconds left, and Abfu gonna put this ball in, well interrupted in the mid, doing exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah, Tusa gets a good touch right here. A little bit of pressure coming out from Killer, and that makes just a little bit of a hard touch coming out by, I think, Thieves right there, straight into Abfu. A little bit of a risky position from Abfu right there, but a good read from him. I mean, 40 seconds left. You were down 3 at the time. Those are the kind of risks you've got to take where you're going for those hard reads.
Here, Stas will stall the ball long. Abfu. Initial pressure is good. Tusa manages to put it towards the mid. Stas is there. Abfu not there in time. Oh, Killer Baird, a great touch towards the mid. Abfu not able to react in time. 15 seconds left, and this one all but over, but Miami definitely putting everything they have into this. Shot on, and no, just wide. Killer Baird not able to get it in. Abfu with a chance to get it in. No, Stas will keep it to the side. And that is game number 5. Atlanta channeling the miracles as they come back. Wow.
What I tell you, man, every series is a 3-0. If you think about it, you're winning 3 games against another person. Doesn't matter how it happens. Atlanta knows that. They come in, they win the last 3, and they're going to take the series.
I believe we will go with smash, smash, smash. Wow. Atlanta over here making a big comeback, and I am extremely impressed with how Atlanta played, and they managed to beat a really solid-looking Miami squad. Really
sure.
good game. I loved this game compared to really just any of the other games that I've seen on the night. Back and forth action, both teams finding their control at certain points in the game. Miami going off the backboard a lot, but they still managed to do things. But the MVP by far in this game was Springer, because he managed to activate here in game number 5 when it was most important, and he brought it home for the Pandas.
Right, and what we saw from the Pandas right there was their ability to start challenging a little earlier and in the midfield. Miami felt comfortable when they had the ball or they had the lead, and they could use their midfield presence to cut out Atlanta's passes as well. Atlanta started doing that when Miami was trying to settle the ball on the back end, and you started seeing Springer cutting out some stuff, getting those goals in the last game. The other player, Stas, cutting out some balls, Thieves cutting out some balls on that back end, getting those 50s that they needed, and eventually being able to take that and convert it into goals, sometimes right off the 50s themselves. So that adjustment from the Pandas to transition their defense into more of a midfield stance really worked out for them.
Oh, my goodness. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the night has passed us. And whether... I absolutely can. The voice in my ear, Dex, over here, said Atlanta playing the game for Rick tonight. And speaking of Rick, ladies and gents, don't forget our next stream is going to be on Saturday, or excuse me, no, it's tomorrow night. The next big game stream, of course, Saturday. I want to draw your attention to that because Saturday at 3:00 there is the benefit for Rick, 3 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you come on out. It is a joint expedition with UR and the MLE, and to my knowledge, opportunity to donate to Rick's family. Support the family, support the man, support the legacy. It's something that we can all come out and really bless a family with. So do remember that. And of course, next stream is, of course, tomorrow. but I definitely want to draw attention to the Atlanta Panda himself, Mr. Rick. Please be here on Saturday at 3 o'clock. Well, we are done for the night, Shope, and I tell you what, we had quite the nightcap indeed. So on behalf of Shope, myself, Dex, our lovely caster, and then of course our broadcaster, and our lovely casters earlier, Danger, Taco, and Ryu. Y'all have a wonderful night. We will see you tomorrow.
Peace.
I was a human, breathing and thinking, eating and drinking, philosophizing. I was a human before you killed me and ripped my heart out. I knew what love was. Now when they ask me, I just reply slow and sound like an iPhone. I do not know love, I am a robot. Ba 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 bum ba da ba. I